Again, yet another night of the Democratic National Convention. We're back in the building. Shout out to you guys for joining me yet again on a Tuesday. This is kind of a last minute decision because I was thinking about, okay, am I going to stream again on Tuesday? Should I do it? I knew I was going to do Wednesday for the regular show and then Thursday, of course, because Kamala. But I heard that Barry and the wife and the kids are going to be there. So I'm like, okay, let's go ahead and talk about the Obamas. And any muscle's going to come up. Why not? Why not do the entire stream Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and just complete it? So Barack Obama is supposed to speak. And I think Michelle, I'm not going to call her by nickname because they're going to try to flag me early. I already know it. Oh, that's racist. That's xenophobic. That's homophobic, ABL. Already know how to do. But y'all know Michelle's name. Shout out to Michelle. Shout out to Barry. Shout out to the youngins. This is going to be very interesting. I think right now they're doing the roll call. And they showed at the lower third that Kamala had already been nominated during a virtual roll call, which is crazy. Before we get to anything, and thank you guys for being here yet again. I really, really appreciate y'all. Will Obama come out at midnight? You know what, AKM? That's a really good question. And if they're smart, they're going to have him come out late because once he comes out, it's like, all right, who else are we going to hear from? Are we going to hear from the lieutenant governor of Nebraska? Like, who are we going to hear from, really? And shout out to whoever that is. I didn't mean to pick Nebraska randomly. That's probably a conservative person, but you know what I'm talking about. Like, who are they going to have out there is really going to speak after Obama? I mean, unless they're going to try to bring Joe back out there, they better not bring that man back out there in that wheelchair. That was a crazy moment. Oh, my goodness. I would never in my life forget that. That was unforgettable. But, yeah, they got a DJ right now, you know, doing this thing. It's not a bad set. If you like, you know, this kind of vibe. All right. But they're just counting delegates right now. So shout out to you guys for being here. I appreciate y'all yet again. Obama is supposed to speak tonight. And I'm not sure who else. It could be just, like I say, the assistant vice lieutenant mayor of XYZ place in Podunkville, USA. I have no idea who's coming out. And I expect a lot more propaganda, and they'll probably recycle some of the propaganda from the first night. It just played like a commercial, a propaganda video straight from North Korea. Okay, our dear leader, Joe Biden, did everything for this country. Meanwhile, he didn't do a thing but lay in his basement chair and have his dogs go bite people. How do you have that many dogs that bite people? I understand. Okay, you might have one dog that kind of gets a little crazy. You know, our friend Christy Nome, if your dog acts up too much, Christy Nome should take it out back and go ahead and do what has to be done. If your dog acts up too much, Christy Nome is going to take it back behind the woodshed and do what needs to be done. I'm not even mad at it. They should have done that with Joe Biden's dogs, not Joe Biden, because I love Joe Biden. I never want to hurt him. The dogs that bite people at a certain point, how many times are you going to bite somebody and send them to the hospital before you do something about it? Can we get a muzzle? Can we get a rehome? Can we do something? Anyway, that's all that Joe Biden did. Sit in the White House set, ramble through speeches, trip and fall, and have his dogs go bite people. All right, Commander, go bite this guy. I don't like him. He's a black Secret Service. He's a black Secret Service. I don't like them. Go ahead and bite him. I'm just playing. But you understand what I mean. He didn't do a thing. But in the commercials, during the DNC, they're going to show him as some kind of deity who sacrificed so much for the nation. Did you guys see when he gave the farewell speech, the official farewell speech before this one? It was the last speech, and then they had reporters and these photographers taking drastic pictures. And I wonder how much they paid for those pictures. Those were some beautiful pictures. If I can find them, I would. But it showed Joe looking all frail and hunched over, and his family's crying. It's like, look, man, y'all trying to win sympathy points. I don't care nothing about that, man. If you are not able to do the task as president, you got to step aside. As simple as that. Okay. Back in my day, if your arm got chopped off at the workplace, Okay, maybe you get a little bit of severance package, but you can't be right here doing the same arm motion with no arm. You next guy, come on, let's go. We don't got time for the sympathy. I'm sorry for your loss of your arm, but somebody got to pull the crane with the arm, and it can't be you. Same thing with Joe Biden. Somebody got to be the president, and it can't be you. I don't really feel bad about that. It is what it is. I wish everybody well in their personal life, but beyond that, I'm cool. Hold on, we got Lil Jon coming out. All right. No, I got a lot of copyright claims on the last one. Oh, open my email this morning. It was like 6 claims for music, but luckily it wasn't. It ain't no big. They can have that money. It's fine. It wasn't no strike. Thank goodness. Shout out to YouTube for being, understanding of the content creator. I really, really appreciate that. I really do. All right. All the live chats for the DNC streams disabled. Of course, you know, they're not gonna show nothing. So how much do you think Lil Jon got paid for this performance? Okay, how much do you think Lil Jon got paid to come out here to DNC? Listen, you know, it's funny when people accuse me of being somebody that just shills for the money. Oh, you're just a black conservative because you get paid. Do you know how much these guys get paid over there to do stuff like this? To be out there dancing and singing and whatnot, or even giving speeches. There was a guy, I forget how much money he made. It was in the high double digits per month, giving like DEI speeches, pro DEI speeches all over the country. I think it might have been like $80,000 a month giving speeches. When you're doing these kind of gigs, these big, I guess you would call it a corporate gig, it's big money, big money. It's like going to Europe doing a tour or something like that for these artists. It's big. It's tremendous. And then, of course, if you want to be a criminal and thug it out, you could be like Tiffany Henyard and straight up steal money as a Democrat. Okay, that's been a whole lot of that going on. 10 for the big guy. How much money did Joe Biden get from his time being a senator, vice president, or whatever? Millions upon millions of dollars from little overseas deals, things of this nature. If you really want to get into some corruption, you can. And if you really want to make some money by being political, it doesn't really matter who you are. You can make it happen if you got it in you. It's not going to be a matter of going to be conservative to make the money. Beautiful island of Guam. And shout out to Guam. I wonder if Hank Johnson is there. I wonder if they ever confronted Hank Johnson like, hey man, we heard that whole thing about Guam sinking, sir. We're not going to sink. We're totally fine. Like, don't go out there and say that anymore on camera. But yeah, shout out to Guam. All right. A lot of snakes and whatnot, like actual, you know, reptiles all over the place. Really good people. Shout out to, what's that, like the Polynesian, Southeast Asian, maybe? Yeah, it's like Polynesian. Shout out to the Polynesians, Pacific Islanders. Shout out to you guys. All right, Hawaii. Shout out to Hawaii. Never made it on Hawaii. I never really wanted to go that far over the ocean. Yeah, I'm cool. I'd rather go to like over here, Jamaica, Cuba, stuff like this.
Acting with love and kindness, our Hawaii was the first state to legalize abortion. Our state was the first to ratify the ERA. Our state was the first to pass universal health care for all and target 100% renewable energy. Our state is the birthplace of Barack Obama. Our state shares the values of Kamala Harris, and we cast 6 votes present and 23 votes for Kamala Harris. First woman president.
So these are the delegates casting their votes for Kamala Harris, who was not elected by you guys. You guys in the chat did not vote for Kamala or Biden, but anybody watching this, nobody that's watching this voted for Kamala Harris. You voted for Joe Biden. The delegates are supposed to go to the DNC and cast their votes for who you voted for. What they're doing is voting for somebody else. They're taking a democratic process and throwing it out the window, setting it on fire, casting it aside, because They had a plan from the beginning. We know this guy can't run anymore. We can't just have him abandon ship and do all kind of weird stuff too early. So we'll have the primaries, let everybody vote for him. After the primaries are over, oh, he can't go anymore. And he has to be there for his family and all this, that, and the third. Then they're going to put Kamala in there. Okay, black female president. If you say that it's wrong to nominate Kamala, you're a racist. I'm racist? What? The reason why I don't want to nominate Kamala is because we didn't vote for Kamala. Don't worry about that because she's going to be a great president. She's a black woman. You're a racist and you're a sexist and everything else. It's so dumb. And the funny part is she's not even a black woman. They try to hang their hat on that. She's not even a black woman. That's why that talking point is important because they're saying things that are false to try and push a certain narrative. Why would you lie about that?
State of Illinois, the Prairie State, home of 4 presidents, including President Barack Obama. The birthplace of skyscrapers and the adopted home of Superman. The cornerstone of the Midwest Blue Wall. The first state to ratify the 13th Amendment ending slavery.
Gangland shootouts every night. No? Oh, okay.
And the right to vote. Illinois casts 1 vote present and 176 votes for the next president of the United States, future Madam President Kamala Harris.
Yo, if you're walking around mouth breathing that big, I need you to lose weight, please. We need you to be healthy, especially in this time coming up because it's going to get a little rough out here for a minute during this election because these people are crazy. We can't have you 800 pounds trying to escape some of these miscreants.
Me into its heart.
All right, they got Michael Jackson and stuff playing in the background. I'm definitely not going to be able to play that. My. You're going to get a letter straight from Joe Jackson himself. Like, yo, go ahead and turn that off. Give me all the money from the whole stream. Okay, if you guys are just now coming in, welcome. Barack Obama and I think Michelle are slated to speak tonight. And there's a bunch of others. We're just watching the preliminary stuff right now.
I want what's best for Indiana, and that means electing Kamala.
Oh, man, I can't play that. That's a good song, though. It's a good DJ. He's a good DJ. I've seen him before. But, yeah, let's not have that copyright. Even with the instrumental in the background, I'm talking over it. It might be an issue with Michael.
Who's your state?
All right, but shout out to you guys. Yes, that's Rudy. Yep, that's him. Looking the exact same. Okay, looking the exact. Hey, LaToya, Joe gonna come back from the afterlife and be like, hey, man, we don't do that around these parts. Joe might try and whoop me for using the music. It's like, Joe, come on, man. I'm in front of yours. It's all good. Andre Carson, I'm not sure who that is. I thought that was George Foreman for a minute. I was like, nah, that ain't George. That ain't Big George Foreman. It might be one of his sons. One of the 10 sons he has named George.
Iowa, how do you cast your vote?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The tall corn state of Iowa, the state that launched Barack Obama on his way to the presidency.
You know, Pete Buttigieg also won in Iowa. Remember that back in 2020? That was a really confusing moment. It's like, Pete Buttigieg, how did he actually swing that? I think that might have been some funny business going on. Okay, we got the ASL guy in the back. Shout out to you. All right. But that was really weird. And he didn't win anything else afterward, I don't believe. Yeah, I don't see how a guy like that is going to be able to win anything. We're talking about a national office. The president, I don't think so. A gay male married to a man as a president, I don't think so. Not in the USA. Not yet. I don't even think we're ready for a female president, to be totally honest. They thought Hillary Clinton was going to be a shoo-in. They thought they understood the people. They thought they knew us. They thought they did their analytic research on the American people and said, okay, she's a woman. She has a lot of political cachet. She was the Secretary of State, if I'm not mistaken. She was the First Lady for 8 years. You guys know her. You like Bill Clinton. You thought he was cool on Arsenio Hall playing the saxophone. So let's go ahead and put her in there. 2008. She get curb stomped by the black guy. Didn't see that coming. Here comes Obama. And then here comes Donald Trump, 2016. Same thing. Didn't see that coming because America's not ready for a woman, in my opinion. And it's going to be the same thing here with Kamala, but to the max, because not only do we not want a woman as a president, we also don't want a goofy woman like Kamala. So it's going to be a double whammy.
The Commonwealth of Kentucky. How do you cast your vote?
Since 2021, the Biden-Harris administration has shown up for the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and today we're showing up for Vice President Harris. With this administration, we've broken every record for private sector investment, exports, tourism, wages, and new jobs. Together, we're building the 2 largest battery plants on planet Earth, and we open the cleanest, greenest recycled paper mill the world has ever seen. We are proud to cast 56 votes for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Kentucky's an interesting place. Hold on. Kentucky's kind of interesting. It's an interesting place. I think I liked it when I was there, but it's definitely, if you're from like urban inner city area, you go to Kentucky, it's going to be a culture shock for sure.
Louisiana. How do you cast your votes?
Greetings from Louisiana.
That's the bump from The Wire.
Hey, my name is Wendell Pierce, and I'm a proud son of Louisiana. And Louisiana is about family, and I'm surrounded by my family of the delegates of Louisiana. And our great Congressman, Troy Carter.
Louisiana casts its votes in support of our democracy, and we stand in line for a more perfect union.
And born out of that democracy.
Wendell Pierce is an actor. If you guys didn't know, like you said, you may know him from The Wire. And he's played in other things, but I don't watch a lot of television, so I couldn't really tell you what he's in. The last time I really watched TV a lot, like sitting down watching something, was The Wire. So I know he's still active, but beyond that, I don't know what he's done. If you guys want to let me know in the chat. Turn the sound back on here.
And now the leader of our party, Mr. Randall Gaines.
The great state of Louisiana, a state that embodies the principles and spirit of hope and resilience, and so does Kamala Harris. The great state of Louisiana cast its 1 vote present, and our 47 votes for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
You guys got to get active locally, because a lot of these elderly people that are in there who have no idea what's happening right now, 2024, are going to lead you to destruction. So get involved locally, please. You guys know what's going on. You guys got the finger on the pulse of what's happening in this country. They don't. These guys been in there since the 90s, the 80s. They don't know what's going on. Okay, all they going to do is give you a cookout every year or election time. Okay, the 45th annual X, Y, and Z Congressman's Cookout. Okay, great. Now, what have you actually done in this period of time? What has been your significant contribution to this place as a politician for that long?
And champions like Edmund S. Muskie and George Mitchell. Happy birthday today, George. The state where the sun rises first on the nation over our bold and rocky coast, bringing with it today.
This is Janet Mills, the governor of Maine.
The people of this country, we have improved lives, restored rights, and preserved our environment in Maine for future generations. Maine leads, and as Maine goes, so will go the nation.
Maryland. Shout out to Maryland.
Maryland, how do you cast your vote?
We are Maryland! And we represent Marylanders past and present who have contributed to America's greatness. We are the birthplace of Harriet Tubman. We are the birthplace of Thurgood Marshall. We are the birthplace of Frederick Douglass. We are the place where soldiers defended our freedoms in Baltimore and also in Antietam, and the home of thousands of veterans who call Maryland home. And this community of patriots is proud to cast our votes for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
So that's at Wes Moore. He the governor. He the governor in Maine. He took over after what's his name? Homan, I think his name. Homeman.
The Commonwealth of Massachusetts, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, the people of Massachusetts know something about making history. The first Thanksgiving in Plymouth.
Larry Hogan. I don't know what I said. Tom Homan. I don't know who that is. Larry Hogan was the governor of Maine of Maryland before Wes Moore.
All and the first shots fired in our revolution. And we are proud as the Commonwealth of Massachusetts to make history once again. Mr. Secretary, Massachusetts counts 116 votes, all of our votes, for Kamala D. Harris for the office of President of the United States.
Michigan, how do you cast your votes?
Good evening from the Great Lakes State.
So they play Eminem for Michigan. That's interesting.
Barnes, Michigan has an incredible story.
Hey, they should play what's our man name? I forget his name. One of them BFB the Pac-Man or somebody like that. One of the young guys rather than the white guy. That's going to be a think piece.
Flipped our state House of Representatives for the first time in 40 years. We're getting it done in Michigan.
And I'm Governor Gretchen Whitmer. We cut taxes. We protected freedoms. We brought manufacturing home, and we know how to win. This November, we're marching together. Michigan cast three president 125 votes for our next president, Kamala Harris.
Minnesota, how do you cast your votes?
Mr. Secretary, the great state of Minnesota, home of Vice President Hubert Humphrey, Vice President Walter Mondale, and the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz. We pass.
Minnesota passes.
What was that?
Mississippi, how do you cast your votes?
Mr. Secretary, I'm State Chair Shaq Taylor from the home of magnolias and mockingbirds, from the great state of Mississippi, from the Red Clay Hills to the Mississippi River. To our Gulf Coast, we're proud of our heroes such as Fannie Lou Hamer and our special guest, Mr. January 6th, the Honorable Benny G. Thompson. With great joy, Mississippi delivers 40 votes for our future.
I didn't even hear the whole passing thing. Who passed? Who was the state that passed? Was Who passed?
Now tonight is a celebration of love, a celebration of life. So let the celebration continue.
All right, Missouri.
Missouri, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, I'm Russ Carnahan, Chairman of Missouri Democrats. We're home to Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs. We are home to common sense leaders like President Truman, Senators Eagleton, Carnahan, McCaskill, and we will fire Josh Hawley and hire Marine veteran Lucas Coon. Voters will reclaim reproductive freedom. Kamala Harris has sent a lightning bolt of energy and hope across this country, and we proudly cast 2 votes present and 68 votes for Kamala Harris and our Midwestern friend, Tim Walz.
Hey, what's the over-under on that guy having a whole closet full of dresses and heels and whatnot? Like, I don't know, man. I get vibes. All right. Big Sky, Montana.
Montana, how do you cast your vote?
We, the delegates of the proud state of Montana, on behalf of Big Sky Country, the last best place in these United States, I'm grateful for the beauty of our land and determined to protect it for future generations.
We who sent the first woman to Congress proudly cast our 24 delegate votes to send the first woman to the White House, Kamala Harris!
Yeah, the cringe is out of this world. The cringe is crazy. Shout out to every state. I don't think Kamala's going to win Montana at all. That'd be they got about a snowball's chance, and you know where of making that happen.
How do you cast your vote?
Nebraska, home of 4 tribal nations today, and icons Malcolm X, Standing Bear, and Willa Cather, and our homegrown homeboy, Tim Walz.
And the quality of life capital of the country, Lincoln, capital of Husker Nation, where the Biden-Harris team and unions are rebuilding the heartland.
In Omaha, now affectionately known as Kamaha, but we will protect the blue dot.
Kamaha.
We are ready for it. Nebraska proudly casts our 34 votes for Kamala Harris and Coach Tim Walz.
They eating real good in Nebraska. They eating real good. I mean, they eating corn in every kind of way. Fried corn, baked corn, air fried corn, raw popcorn, buttered popcorn, everything. They eating all kind of corn in Nebraska.
Nevada, how do you cast your vote?
As a survivor of the largest mass shooting in modern American history, I'm voting for Kamala Harris because America is done running from gun violence. No more pretending books are more dangerous to second graders than assault rifles. No more stolen lives. No more silent streams. No more shattered families. As Vice President, she helped pass the nation's first significant gun safety law in 30 years. Nevada is the battle-born state, and Kamala Harris was born for this battle. Now our chair, Danielle Moreno.
Nevada is the most diverse battleground state in the country, home of the late great Senator Harry Reid, the only Latina ever to serve in the U.S. Senate, Catherine Cortez Masto, and we are the first and only women-majority state legislature. As Nevada's first black woman chair,
Oh, my Lord.
proudly deliver the Silver State's 48 votes for the next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
Do you think any state is going to buck against what's happening? because they shouldn't be voting for Kamala, but they all are. They all pretty much are just towing the line. Will any state buck against this? I think Minnesota said that they pass. I don't know how that really works.
New Hampshire, how do you cast your votes?
Good evening. My name is Joanne Dowdell from the great state home of the nation's first primary, New Hampshire, where we stand granite strong. We are so proud of the many women throughout our state committed to building a future of opportunity and trailblazing the way for all of us. And now it is my pleasure to introduce our youngest delegate, Aliana Hope Manzour.
The great Live Free or Die state of New Hampshire casts all 34 of our votes for our next Black woman and first South Asian president, Kamala Harris.
Black woman and South Asian. I'm both. Okay, I'm both. I got both. Like I'm black. I'm black. I'm a black person when I want to be black, and I'm Asian whenever I want to be Asian. That's crazy. You could just dip in and out of your identity.
Nation, under one groove, nothing can stop us now. So no matter who you are, no matter where you are, represent your state with pride as we unite for the future.
Okay, little dance break. Now they're going to New Jersey.
How do you cast your vote?
Everybody, I'm Governor Phil Murphy. We're from Jersey, baby, and you're not. In the Great Garden State, we care about protecting women's rights and lifting up vulnerable communities. That's what we mean when we say the Great Garden State.
My name is Dr. Joey Perella, pronouns she, her.
Oh, my Lord. Oh, my goodness. Of course, I had to roll one out. Look at this big offensive tackle, man. If you don't get back in the, if you don't go back to training camp, man, look, they need you. The season's about to start, man. Who play in Jersey? The Giants or the Jets, man? Look, you better go back to Foxborough and go back to training camp. Like, sir.
I'm Leroy Jones, the chairman of the New Jersey State Committee, the home of the late, great Whitney Houston. And New Jersey and these amazing delegates cast 2 votes present and 142 votes for Kamala Harris, President of the United States of America. When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win.
Yeah, exactly. Somebody say in the chat, born in the USA, but we got the border wide open. Okay, you got 100 million people coming into this country, not born in the USA. What's really going on?
New Mexico, how do you cast your vote?
Buenas noches! Chair Jessica Velasquez here with our delegates from the land of enchantment, the great state of New Mexico, where we live our family values, respect women, love our land, our water, our blue skies, our green chili, and our sunsets. We are proud to cast 45 votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
It is pretty out there, New Mexico, like that particular area of the country, like what's that, West Texas and Arizona, all of that. It's really pretty out there. It has that gold rush, rustic charm to it. It's real nice out there. But it gets a little bit too hot once you go like Phoenix or Southern California. It's too much in the desert.
How do you cast your vote?
That was Spike Lee and Kathy Hochul and the Random Baby.
the great state of New York. Unions not only built the Empire State, they built a strong middle class across this country. That is why I'm so proud to introduce the governor of the greatest labor state of the country, Governor Kathy Hochul.
As governor of the greatest state that ever existed. Hey, we're New Yorkers, get used to it. From Seneca Falls, the birthplace of the women's rights movement, to Stonewall, the birthplace of the LGBTQ movement.
Oh my goodness.
To Stone King Mountain, the birthplace of the environmental justice movement. And the birthplace of the labor movement. We are also not just the birthplace of great progressive movements, we are the birthplace of Shirley Chisholm. We are the birthplace of Geraldine Ferraro.
We are the birthplace of President Donald Trump.
Hillary Clinton.
No.
And that's why, as the first woman governor of New York, I am so proud to cast 298 votes to make Kamala Harris the first female president of the United States of America.
Yes, it is Spike Lee. Yep, Spike Lee, Kathy Hochul. All right, PD Pablo. I met PD in person. Good dude. Shout out to PD Pablo.
North Carolina.
The DJ is good. I ain't going to hold him, but the DJ is very good.
My name is Anderson Clayton. I have the honor of serving as
They go PD right there.
party chair in this country, and North Carolina.
Oh, that's I think that's Anthony Hamilton or PD. I can't tell.
Governor Jim Hunt, Dr. Reverend William Barber, Nina Simone, we represent a new South. And we are proud to be that again this year by electing Josh Stein, Allison Riggs, Wesley Harris, Anita Earls, and everyone else that's on our ballot this year. We are going to make sure that we put Democrats on the ballot and in people's hearts and minds. North Carolina gives 131 votes to the phenomenal Kamala Harris.
I mean, I got to look, I'm giving the DJ his credit. The DJ is doing a great job, and he has the song to go with each state. He's doing a really good job.
North Dakota. How do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, the Democrats of North Dakota, the Peace Garden State, are proud to cast our 17 votes for Vice President Kamala Harris and the best neighbor you could ever hope to have, Governor Tim Walz, for President and Vice President of the United States of America. Let's go!
All righty.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, my name is DJ Cassidy. This is the DNC Roll Call, and tonight, your voice is the future.
Yeah, music will get you. Music will kind of entice you. You got to kind of be able to look beyond just the entertainment factor and look at what's really happening.
Hello, everyone. We are the Northern Mariana Islands, where our customs, our culture, our land, and our oceans breathe life into our people. The earth is not red or blue. The earth is sick, and we must protect it. Home to some of the living legends in celestial navigation and to some of the friendliest people in the Pacific. We are the blue waves of the Pacific, and we are proud to cast all 11 votes for our MVP, Kamala Harris. Viva Marianas! Viva Harris Walz!
Ohio, okay. You could have played a lot from Ohio. I'm not sure who this is.
Ohio. How do you cast your vote?
history.
Hey, they should have played Bone first of the month, because when you vote in Democrat, you voting for welfare and government benefits. So, hey, why not play that up? That would have fit perfect, and it was a good song.
Abortion rights in our state constitution by 13 points, and we are going to send Sherrod Brown back to the U.S. Senate. As the first woman to lead Ohio Democrats, I am proud to cast our ballots for the first woman to be president of the United States. Mr. Secretary, we cast 1 vote present and 142 votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
I hope YouTube is understanding of what I got going on with the stream, and they don't try to give me no copyright too much on the music.
How do you cast your vote?
Hello from Oklahoma, where we fight for the future for all Oklahomans can be proud of. The future where working families thrive, our diversity is our strength, and our values like freedom, equality, and opportunity puts us ahead and makes Oklahoma proud. We cast our 36 votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Hey, you know what? If there's ever some kind of really big disaster in the U.S. and I got to evacuate somewhere, I might have to go to Oklahoma, because I know y'all got bunkers out there, like actual bunkers. I know guys that have, I know you guys seen that movie on Netflix that the Obamas did about the end of the world or whatever it was, and they had a bunker at the end. I know guys that got bunkers just like that. Like, I see them with my own 2 eyes. But Oklahoma, I know y'all got them in mass. I'm going to your bunker. We're going to hang out and live out the rest of the world.
The presidential election with all mail-in voting, Oregon is proud to protect voting rights in America.
All mail-in voting in Oregon, is that true? Oregon or Oregonites, is that the case? All mail-in voting, no in-person voting? Did I hear right?
Oregon protects our planet and fights for LGBTQ equality.
Party people in the place to be. We're now passing the mic at the DNC. It goes 1, 2, 3, let's go!
Pennsylvania, boys and men, but what are we doing? Yep, Pennsylvania. And they're playing Wiz Khalifa from Pittsburgh.
Pennsylvania. How do you?
Boys and men from Philadelphia.
Let's go, Pennsylvania, let's go! My name is Mayor DeJuan Walker from the great city of Aliquippa, Beaver County. My city is a city of legends, the only high school in America with 3 Hall of Famers. I took this seat in 2009 when my sister was murdered. I wanted to do better. 15 years she's been gone. 12 years this city has been under my watch. I'm grateful for the opportunity to lead my city. I'm grateful for the state of Pennsylvania. God bless everyone in this room. I love this state, thank you.
I'm Governor Josh Shapiro. The proud governor of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
He should have been the VP pick for Kamala, but we all know what happened with that. We got a little issue with anti-Semitism on the left, and they couldn't have nominated him because he's Jewish.
Together, Pennsylvania cast 178 votes for the next Madam President of the United States, Kamala Harris, and Vice President Tim Walz.
All right, where we going next? Move on from that. Oh, Puerto Rico. Shout out to Puerto Rico. Shout out to the Puerto Ricans. Good people.
How do you cast your vote?
Buenas noches. Puerto Rico, a U.S. territory known as the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, and the next state of the United States, has its ascendencia asiática y caribeña, que será presidenta de los Estados Unidos, Kamala Harris. ¡Viva Kamala!
All righty.
DNC, let's go! Roll call, keep it coming now. Roll call.
Now, who do you know from Rhode Island? What's the celebrity or music artist from Rhode Island?
Now 1, 2, 3, let's go!
Shout out to Gothics. I think she's from Rhode Island. Shout out to her.
Rhode Island, how do you cast your vote?
I am Joe Shikachi, Speaker of the Rhode Island House. We are the smallest state, but we have the biggest ideas. Home to the nation's first wind farm and a historic act on climate, we continue leading the way on sustainability and housing. The deep blue ocean state is proud to cast 1 vote present and 34 ballots for the next.
Yeah, the Peter. Yo, somebody said Peter Griffin from Quahog. Yeah, is that a was Quahog in Rhode Island? I didn't know that. Shout out to Quahog. Shout out to Peter. Yeah, Peter Griffin, like Family Guy, one of the funniest shows to ever appear on television. One of the funniest and most intelligent shows to appear on television.
South Carolina, how do you cast your vote?
I'm Crystal Spain. I'm Crystal Spain, chair of the South Carolina Democratic Party. Hello from the great state of South Carolina, where we pick presidents. The home of the DNC chair, Jamie Harrison. The home of the first Black Panther, Chadwick Boseman. The home of the national basketball champions, the mighty Lady Gamecocks.
I'm Senator Margie Bright Matthews, one of the sister senators, and John F. Kennedy Profiles in Courage Award winner. We stopped the total abortion ban in South Carolina.
So when the lady said that they picked presidents, I mean, she was correct in a sense because, well, at least for the last time, because when Joe was running, he was doing poorly in 2020. But when he came to South Carolina, he got a brand new life because 75% of the Democratic vote in South Carolina is black. So what happened was a lot of the black folks recognized him from his time with Barack Obama, who's like Jesus Christ in many black households. It is what it is. It'd be a picture of the white Jesus right next to Barack Obama and his wife and kids. That's how it is. So, of course, they all voted for Joe Biden, and he skyrockets to the top, and then the rest is history. But I don't think that their vote is going to work this time when it comes to the actual general election. They're going to vote Kamala. Democrats are going to vote Kamala, but South Carolina is not going to vote Kamala. So that's the difference.
South Dakota, how do you cast your vote?
In my beautiful Lakota language, that means hello, my relatives. I shake your hand with a happy heart. That is the spirit of my beloved South Dakota. My name is Chante Redis, and I want to say that my people, the Ocheti Shakoan, are still here. The 7 council fires are still here. Let me tell you what a Kamala Harris presidency will mean for me, my friends, and my community. More importantly, more opportunities, more good-paying jobs, better access to health care, and a quality education. That is the future we deserve, and it is the future we will win on November 5th when we elect Kamala Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The state of South Dakota is proud to be part of such a historic moment in our country's history. We are a land that is proud of our hardworking farmers and ranchers, that celebrates 9 tribal nations and their incredible cultures. We're natural.
Hey, man, can I say something right quick? And please forgive me. My man right here is looking more like Bobby Hill instead of John Redcorn's son. You understand what I'm saying? But I'm going to just leave it right there and continue.
As Madam President.
All right, Tennessee, who we got?
Tennessee.
I'll probably recognize some of these people on stage. Let's see.
Mr. Secretary, the great state of Tennessee.
Oh, of course,
birthplace
it's
of
them.
rock and roll, hometown to the blues, the home of 7 HBCUs, and the state that gave women the right to vote.
From the blood
There he is.
of Memphis to the peaks of Mountain City, the movement for justice.
That's one of the Tennessee Three. Remember that whole situation where they got kicked out and came back in?
It is a movement where kids are free from gun violence, a movement where women have the right to choose, a movement where working people get access to economic opportunity, a movement where those who have been pushed to the periphery are brought to the center.
Fake 1960s pro-black talking style.
It is alive in Tennessee because we believe that justice will roll down like waters and righteousness like an ever
An afro and everything that go with it. It's like Malcolm been dead. You ain't Malcolm. Come on, man. Cut it out.
in the union to pledge all of our delegates to Kamala D. Harris.
We cast 72 votes for the first woman and next president of the United States, Kamala D. Harris.
Party people, come on. TNC, party people, come on. Roll call, party people, come on. TNC, party people, come on.
Oh, this Texas. They're playing Beyonce. Of course, they're going to play the country song because they're trying to tell you that you could be black and do country too. It's not just for white people. It's a lot of subconscious things going on. Because Beyonce from Houston.
Hello, Chicago! I'm Eva Longoria from Corpus Christi, Texas, home of Selena Quintanilla, and I'm here to introduce native Texan Cecile Richards.
I'm proud to be here tonight representing a tradition in Texas of progressivism and my late mother, Ann Richards, the governor of Texas, and passing it on to another great Texas heroine, Kate Cox.
I'm Kate Cox, and I love being a mom. I have two beautiful children, and my husband and I have always wanted a third. But when I got pregnant, doctors told us our baby would never survive. And if I didn't get an abortion, it would put a future pregnancy at risk. But Trump didn't care. And because of his abortion bans, I had to flee my home. There's nothing pro-family.
Okay, so where'd you go rather than where you were going to go to begin with? You got money. You all right.
Women suffer and even die.
Look, you didn't die. You got whatever you had to get done. So that's it. Move on to the next thing. And there goes the guy Al Green in the back over here. And you see.
And my baby is due in January, just in time to see Kamala Harris sworn in as President of the United States.
Mr. Secretary, my name is Gilberto Hinojosa, chair of the Texas Democratic Party, and as the nation's biggest battleground state with 40 electoral votes on behalf of 30 million Americans. Texas cast 3 votes for president and 263 votes for freedom, for the future, for the first woman to serve as the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Shout out to Utah. Shout out to the Mormons. Who we got representing Utah tonight?
Home of 8 tribal nations, the crossroads of the West, the Beehive State, the host of the 2034 Winter Olympics, the youngest and fastest growing state in the nation, and the next battleground state. Mr. Secretary, we proudly cast 34 votes for Vice President.
Now, Utah, she said it might be a battleground state. Pay attention because a lot of Californians are moving to Utah. They're moving to Idaho. They're moving to a lot of these places. They're trying to turn them blue. Look out. They're coming to Tennessee too, but they stay in Nashville. They don't really go nowhere. They can't really influence anything beyond that town.
Vermont. How do you cast your vote?
Vermont knows the value of public education. We even have a teacher as our congresswoman. And in 1777, we were the first state to place public education in our Constitution. As someone with significant learning disabilities, I know the value of investing in every single child. We are proud to call Vermont home, and we are proud to cast our 24 votes for Kamala Harris because we are not going back.
All right, U.S. Virgin Islands. Shout out to Tim Duncan. Shout out to everybody from USVI.
The U.S. Virgin Islands. How do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, we are proud to call the Virgin Islands of the United States our home, a place of resistance and freedom, home of Alexander Hamilton, the first slave rebellion in the Western Hemisphere, the fire-burned queens. We are proud to celebrate a nominee of Caribbean heritage.
From America's Caribbean, the place where the sun rises first in America, from the place of great liberty and the vacation home of President Joe Biden, the Virgin Islanders are strong, resilient, and committed to and passionate to vote for the next President of the United States. All 13 votes to Kamala Harris!
Virginia, VA. This Timberland, of course, on this.
The Commonwealth of Virginia.
Yeah.
How do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Bobby Scott. Oh, boy.
Proudly represented by Senator Mark.
I know who that is very well. Bobby Scott is from my neck of the woods, Southern Cities. He's been in that district for like 40 years. That's like, didn't I say the guy that don't do nothing for you at the very beginning, you just have cookouts every year? That's Bobby Scott, 100%. Bobby Scott all day long.
Represented by 25,000 hardworking, mostly union.
I see Louise Lucas in the back, and Louise Lucas, cold hood rat, will fight you with her fist like it's nothing.
Aircraft carriers and submarines.
For real.
Senator Warner.
Virginia, for this year, we're going to return Tim Kaine to the United States Senate.
Kurt Warner, Warner been chewing that snuff, I could tell.
All 119 votes for the next President, Kamala Harris.
I said Kurt Warner, Mark Warner. Mark Warner been chewing that snuff because his jaw ain't right.
Washington. How do you cast your vote?
From the amber waves of grain and verdant origins of eastern Washington to the iconic waters of the Salish Sea, Washington stands proud as a part of the Blue Wolves. I, the first South Asian woman leading a state party, am honored to pledge 9 votes present and a lucky 101 votes for Vice President.
Yes, I am from Virginia. Whoever asked me, yes, I am from Virginia. That's where I grew up, but born in West Virginia, grew up in Virginia. Now I'm out here in Tennessee. West Virginia, birthplace. Shout out to Doug. Throw it up. This one or that one. My uncle used to do this.
West Virginia.
Like, I forgot how you did it.
How do you cast your vote?
I can't do that one. Oh, he would do this.
My name is Jean Evansmore, and I'm 83 years old. And as such, I am the oldest of the delegates in West Virginia. Most 83-year-olds that I know are spending time with their grandchildren or traveling. But I'm here, suited up and ready to battle. Because I will not, I repeat, I will not let everything I've fought for be taken away by Donald Trump.
Yeah, she from Beckley. That's a real mountainous place. Well, everywhere is mountainous, but she from Beckley.
Catherine Prather. I am 18 years old, and I am the youngest delegate from West Virginia. I'm suited up and ready for battle because I will not let my freedoms and my future be taken away by Donald Trump. That's why we're proud to cast West Virginia's 24 delegates for the next president of the...
Now, the young lady is from Wheeling, which is up there by where that accident happened with the derailment and the contamination. That's right up in that area. Now, they ain't mentioned that at all during their whole thing. I've not heard that mentioned at all. What about them? It's like, forget them. It's whatever. Okay, hey, man, sucks to be you.
My home state of Wisconsin. How do you cast your vote?
Thank you, Badger Jason Ray, for all your good work. As a proud governor of the great state of Wisconsin, we're home of the Green Bay Packers. We're home of the Wisconsin Badgers. We're home of the Milwaukee Brewers. And the Milwaukee Bucks, as well as U.S. Senator, our best U.S. Senator, Tammy Baldwin.
So look, I'm a Minnesota Vikings fan because Randy, of course, from West Virginia, when he got drafted, my entire family on both sides, it was like watching the Super Bowl. Everybody, mom's side, dad's side, everybody, because we all from Rand. So it was a really big thing for us to have somebody go to the NFL from this very small town of 1,000 people. Like, it was a really big thing. So I've been a Vikings fan ever since 1998. I'll never forget it. I was 14, 1998 is when he got drafted. That's when I became a Vikings fan. So when you got these Packers fans, it's like, ew. I'll never forget when Randy had mooned him. I thought that was a beautiful moment. That was a fantastic moment. And it's what the Packers fans do to you. They'll actually moon you for real. So I thought it was great. But Joe Buck way overreacted. That was a whole big thing. Anyway, but I'm also a Milwaukee Bucks fan. So I like some Wisconsin teams, just not the Packers specifically. And it was crazy when we had Brett Favre. He went to the Vikings. And then he went to the Packers. Or it might have been the other way. No, I'm sorry. He was on the Packers, of course, forever. And then he went to the Vikings. I'm like, how does that work? And on his last play, I think he threw an interception with the Vikings. I'm like, see, you should have just retired when you left the Packers.
Wyoming. How do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, delegates, my name's Joe Barbudo, and these folks around me, we are honored to be representing the great state of Wyoming. Both the first state and territory in this nation to recognize a woman's right to vote, and the state that 100 years ago elected Democrat Nellie Taylor Ross, our nation's...
Eating real good in Wyoming, eating real good. Well, they got farms and whatnot, steak burgers, fish burgers, all kind of burgers out there, eating real good. Yeah, I know. Hey, I'm going to my man's house. Whatever he's cooking has got to be delicious. But seriously, it looks nice in Wyoming. It looks like it's a beautiful place. Okay, a lot of elite are out there. So I guess Minnesota passed because they are the home state of...
Cast your vote.
I don't know.
Hello, Minnesota! My name is Hans Storbeck, and Tim Walls was my neighbor, coach, and favorite teacher. We were excited to go to his classroom every day, and if you've ever been in high school, you know that can be rare. He opened our eyes to the world. He taught us how to talk about global issues with respect, curiosity, and kindness, even and especially when we disagreed. But he wasn't just a great teacher. He was also a great neighbor and friend. In fact, when he was in the midst of a budget battle as governor of our state, he still found time to attend my brother's funeral. Mr. Walls means the world to my family. He's always been there for us, and that's how I know he'll always be there for you as vice president.
Thank you, Hans. Minnesota, let me hear you. There you go. 14 years in the National Football League taught me a lot about leadership.
I remember John Randall. Shout out to John Randall. Unfortunately, he is over here on the left. It's so sad. It's so sad. You see these guys on the football field, you're like, wow, that's an amazing player. And then he comes out here and says, oh, vote Kamala.
With honesty and integrity. And in November, Minnesota is going to send Tim Walz and Kamala Harris to the White House. Let's go!
I'm Amy Klobuchar, the senator from the great state of Minnesota, where nearly everyone votes and purple reigns.
And I'm Tina Smith from the great state of Minnesota, the home of the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz. Minnesota, we cast 10 votes present, and we deliver 81 votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
So I don't hear anybody that bucked and went against the grain and voted for Joe Biden because he's the winner. He should have won, but they just said we're gonna just dismiss all that and we're gonna vote for Kamala. So okay, I guess the states of the people, the vice president and then the president, they go at the very end because they did Minnesota, now they're doing California.
How do you cast your vote?
Of course, they're going to play Tupac, which Kamala was listening to in 1987 in college, although Pac did not come out until many years later.
I come from a state like our nation of dreamers, of doers, of entrepreneurs, of innovators that prides itself on being on the leading and cutting edge of new ideas. California is the most diverse.
And they're gonna turn me up for Tupac. I already know that because they playing Roger Troutman and stuff like that. We can't. I mean, y'all doing way too much. Can we at least get the instrumental with no vocals on it? But yeah, Gavin, they're gonna position him to be running for president. They might. What if they run? I'm about to say, what if they run Gavin to AOC? They ain't gonna do that. I think what they're gonna do, they're gonna run Gavin first because of his age, and then they're gonna try AOC when she get a little bit older. When people that are following her right now on social media, once they get to be a little bit older and more prone to go out to the polls and vote, then their whole bet is that AOC will be a good pick at that point. And then she might be able to be the first female president. They might play on the race card more if they're successful at being able to brainwash their children in K through 12 in college. That's the plan, which is why people like me exist, because I'm trying to break the brainwashing. So this kind of stuff doesn't entice you at all. When you see it, you kind of are like, this is ridiculous.
The United States Senator and his vice.
Oh, and they're going to play, boy, I can play this. That's Kendrick. They ain't going to give me a copyright.
Kamala Harris has always done the right thing. A champion for voting rights, civil rights, LGBTQ rights, the rights for women and girls. So Democrats and independents, it's time for us to do the right thing, and that is to elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States of America. California, we proudly cast our 400.
There go Maxine Waters.
82 votes for the.
And there go his aunt. His aunt, of course, is Nancy Pelosi. I know you guys knew that Gavin Newsom's aunt is Nancy Pelosi. Sure is. Keeping it all in the family. That's how they do. Just like how Maxine Waters gives her campaign money to her daughter to do pamphlets and stuff for every time she runs, although there's never any doubt that she's going to actually succeed and win. So what's the point of spending that money? It's just a way to enrich her family members from government money or money that she's getting to her campaign that should not go into her personal pocket, but it does.
Both now and earlier this month when we conducted our virtual roll call. I am thrilled to reaffirm Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee for President of the United States. Pursuant to the convention rules of procedure, Vice President Kamala Harris has been invited to make an acceptance speech, which she will give on Thursday, August 22nd. But now, a special surprise. It's my pleasure to introduce our party's official nominee for President of the United States, live from my home state of Wisconsin, Vice President Kamala Harris.
Now, I don't believe this is her speech. This is her accepting the nomination, I believe. What is this? It's just like a little opening montage. Man, they're killing me with the music, though. Oh, my goodness. I think this is just a montage. Like, what is this? Is this live at the event?
And hello to everyone joining us from exciting Chicago. The delegates at the Democratic National Convention, well, they just completed their roll call. And they have nominated Coach Walz and me to be the next Vice President and President of the United States of America.
So she's in Milwaukee, but the convention is in Chicago. So they're just airing it in the convention on the jumbotron.
And I thank everyone there and here for believing in what we can do together. We are so honored to be your nominees. This is a people-powered campaign, and together we will chart a new way forward.
Hey, what do y'all think Kamala's drink of choice is? Let me know in the comments. Is she a wine girl? Is she drinking liquor, brown, white? What are we drinking? What is Kamala Harris? What is her favorite drink?
Chicago and across America, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And you're going to hear from our wonderful second gentleman shortly. I'll see you in 2 days, Chicago.
I feel like she might drink shots of scotch straight to the face. Just straight up, no chaser, just bang. That's the kind of vibe I get.
Please welcome TV personality, loud and proud Latina, Ana Navarro.
Oh, not Ana Navarro. Uh-oh, Ana Navarro. Anna done lost weight a little bit. That Ozempic playing. Ozempic. You know. Okay, hold on.
Buenas noches, Chicago.
Hola. Hey, man, if I see her in Colombia, I might be like, hey, what's going on? No, I'm playing.
Wow, what energy, what a moment. I have to tell you, I will never stop being the little refugee girl who came to this country at the age of 8. Thank you for inviting me to be here. Welcome to the second night of the Democratic National Convention. Let me tell you about the Kamala Harris I know. She is legitimately a joyful, optimistic leader. She cares about policy, yes, but she also cares about people and how that policy affects real people, not just the members of Mar-a-Lago. And you know what else? Kamala Harris, she likes dogs. And my dog, Cha-Cha, likes her. Dogs are good judges of character. So are cats. We cannot elect a president who does not like dogs or hangs around with people who shoot them.
I mean, sometimes dog got to get put down. Joe Biden's dog should have got put down, biting everybody that came within 5 feet of him we didn't know. Biting Secret Service, just like biting the postman. Put that dog down to keep acting up.
I know communism. I fled communism from Nicaragua when I was 8 years old. I don't take it lightly. And let me tell you what communist dictators do. And it's never just for one.
All right, hold on. I'm sorry. That's just them timing me out, but it'll come right back.
At Mermaid Mattress, we've been obsessed.
All right, now we only got to have the Mermaid Mattress ad. Let's just let that pass. And let me skip. We're back.
Like the Castros do in Cuba. And they refuse to accept legitimate elections when they lose and call for violence to stay in power, like Maduro is doing right now in Venezuela. Now, you tell me something.
Wait a minute. Your man Tim Walz is an open communist. He calls himself a socialist. He's been to China. He was in China during Tiananmen Square. You should be on my side to vote against this guy, Tim Walz, but you wanted to vote for him. Make that make sense. How are you going to get on stage and say that communism is bad, socialism is bad, but you're going to vote for a stone cold stomp down communist? And Kamala said she want to do price caps. How did that work in Nicaragua? How did it work in Venezuela? How did it work in Cuba? How did it work in Soviet Union? How did it work in Yugoslavia? I could go on and on and on, but I digress.
Every American needs to love our country more. Every American has the duty to put our country first. Country first before party. Country first before political ambition. Country first before habit. And in this election, putting country first means one thing and one thing only: voting for Kamala Harris. And that is what this night is about. That is what we're going to talk about tonight. So you know what? Let's get it started. Let's get this fiesta going.
So she's going to be a co-host? Like, what's she going to do? Yeah, Anna Navarro has definitely lost some weight. I don't know what's going on. That Ozempic was running through Hollywood like cocaine and the crack. Ozempic running through Hollywood like crack cocaine did the black community in the 1980s. It's like that. It's everywhere. And the side effects go crazy. You're going to be on the toilet crying because you can't go bowel movement because Ozempic didn't lock you up. Okay, a little bit of propaganda here.
The Vice President votes in the affirmative, and the motion to proceed is agreed to. On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 50. The Senate being equally divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative, and the bill, as amended, is passed.
It is my honor to present the Golden Gavel to Vice President Harris, 32 tie-breaking votes.
Please welcome Senate Majority Leader and New York Senator Chuck Schumer.
Oh boy, here we go. That old guy jog. Sir, you don't got to do none of that extra dancing and jogging and stuff like that. He's transforming into the penguin right now.
Everybody, wasn't that a great roll call? Now just let me hear you if you're ready for President Kamala Harris. Friends, we're here to talk about one thing: tomorrow, and building a better tomorrow for all Americans. This November, we can choose a brighter, a fairer, a freer future, or we can relive the dark night of Trump's American carnage. Only one candidate will move America forward: Kamala Harris. Vice President Harris has been the best partner Senate Democrats could ever have asked for. Under her and President Biden's leadership, Senate Democrats lowered prescription drug prices and created millions of good-paying American jobs. I worked with Kamala Harris when she was Senator Harris. I saw a leader who was fearless, who stood up for...
Chuck Schumer is 73, he'll be 74 in November, but he's looking like he's about to be done. But in federal government, by their standards, he's pretty young. He's not in his 80s yet, like Maxine Waters and Nancy Pelosi, about to be 90 years old, or Dianne Feinstein, who literally croaked in office, which was ridiculous, at 90-something years old.
The American dream.
Dianne Feinstein looked so bad. They had to wheelchair her and they had stuff on her face. I was like, man, come on. Really? Like, just let her relax for the last few days of her life. Why you got to bring her back to D.C. looking like this? They don't care, man. You still got a little bit of breath in your body going out there, man. You can't speak or anything. You can't even vote. You don't even know how to vote. Okay, we're going to put somebody right there next to you. Tell her to vote when it's time to vote. She off in the space, don't know what's going on. Miss Feinstein, when to go vote? Oh, okay. Ridiculous how they treat these people, man. Terrible. And just as a human being, I don't like it. I don't like the abuse of people that are in weird situations, disabled, or they might be elderly and not really have all their faculties. I don't like that. But they also signed up for it, so it is what it is.
Now, we're going to hold the Senate again, and we're poised to pick up seats. A Democratic majority to create good-paying jobs and lower costs, to defend a woman's right to choose, to deliver for communities back home. Our senators are doing it, like Jackie Rosen, delivering high-speed rail for Nevada. John Tester, bringing high-tech jobs to Montana. And Bobby Casey and Sherrod Brown and Tammy Baldwin and Martin Heinrich fixing bridges in Pennsylvania and Ohio and Wisconsin and New Mexico. We also have amazing candidates. Ruben Gallego, Angela Alsobrooks, Andy Kim, Alyssa Slotkin, Lisa Blunt, Rochester, Colin Allred.
Why are we just naming these random names? It's like, I guess, I feel like what they do at the DNC, they tell people to go up there and just talk. Whatever you want to talk about, man, just share latest recipes, share your blueprints for your dining room table you built outside on your miter saw. Just give us anything, man. Talk about whatever you want to talk about. Talk about your golf game. Talk about the sports teams, whatever. Just go out there and talk about nothing. I like to hear substance in the speech, not just random stuff. You're going to just call out random names? It's like, come on, man. Let's do better than that.
And J.D. Vance didn't even show up to vote. Senate Republicans pretend to care about the border, but they voted no on the strongest border bill.
And the border bill was unnecessary because there was no need for a bill before Biden came in office. There was already border security. Why sign a bill to get things back to the way they were before your man Joe Biden broke it? So Joe Biden going to throw a glass vase on the ground, and then he says, "Hey man, give me some money and I'll fix it." What? just fix it. You broke it. Just put it back to the way it was. Like, I'm not going to pay you to fix the thing that you broke. If anything, you pay me. But what you should do is just fix it. And the way that he could have fixed the border is to reinstate the things that Trump put in place. Reinstate that rather than giving them magnets to come here. What's happening with the border, they want to replace, how can I say this? They want to replace non-productive Americans, whether it be black, white, Puerto Rican, candy stripe. Those who are identified as non-productive, they're going to replace those people and bring in the migrants to have them work for lower amounts of money. Pseudo slave labor, not quite slave labor, obviously, but the essence of the whole point is to get cheaper labor. That's why we make everything overseas. That's why there's no cell phones made in the USA. Everything's made overseas in Asia because it's cheaper to make it over there. Making it over there and shipping it to us is still cheaper than making it here and selling it to us. That's kind of what's going on with the migrants. And of course, you got just non-productive people. You got low birth rates, the abortion going crazy. They're encouraging the abortion and we're not growing our population. Then they say we need more people. So then they open the floodgates. And what happens is you get a bunch of conflict because of cultural clashes. That's happening right now at a high rate in UK and all over Europe, where they allow the migration unfettered en masse.
Children, no matter their race, no matter their creed, their gender or family, deserve better than Donald Trump's American carnage.
I don't know about y'all, but life under Trump was pretty good until the scamdemic hit the entire world and made all of us suffer. But beyond that, everything was golden. But under Joe Biden, we got a lot of negative things and not too many positive things. The main thing that Joe Biden did was unleash that border on us. That was the number one thing that he did that he did not have to do. Trump did not have that. And then, of course, we got the foreign conflict. They're talking about, hey, you might have to be boots on the ground in Israel and Taiwan and Ukraine and things of this nature. You got Ukraine hitting the interior of Russia. Bad news.
Together, we will build what I call an opportunity economy. I will take on the high costs that matter most to most Americans. Compare my plan with what Donald Trump intends to do. He wants to impose what is, in effect, a national sales tax on everyday products and basic necessities that we import from other countries. It will mean higher prices on just about every one of your daily needs. Donald Trump's plan would cost a typical family $3,900 a year. He wants to repeal the Affordable Care Act, which 45 million Americans rely on for health care. He plans to give billionaires massive tax cuts year after year, and he plans to cut corporate taxes by over $1 trillion. That if you want to know who someone cares about, look who they fight for. We capped the price of insulin at $35 a month.
Man, they talk about that same talking point about insulin for forever. That's all you got? I mean, come on, man. There's nothing, especially when you're talking about the inflation that has sucked up all the savings you may have given us.
Life-saving drugs. As president, I will work to build the housing we need. And by the end of my first term, we will end America's housing shortage by building 3 million new homes and rentals that are...
And the government can't do that. I mean, they may say they can. I'm not saying they're not capable of doing it, but actually they're not capable of doing it. They might be able to in theory, but they can't build all these homes because they also promised, how many, what was that, 500,000 chargers or some kind of crazy number? And they've only built 8 chargers, speaking about mobile vehicle charging stations. Like those, not mobile, just, them superchargers like Tesla has. The government says, okay, we're going to allocate funds to build 500,000 of them. But they only built 8. And they said they're going to accomplish that goal in 10 years. 500,000 in 10 years. And they repeated it last night at the DNC. It's like you've only built 8 and you're 4 years in. You got 6 years left. How are you going to build the rest? It's impossible. At this rate, listen, if you've built 8 charging stations in 4 years, I'm no mathematician. Let's do a little bit of math, though. There go Big Bernie, Santa Claus, Helicopter Bernie. But that's only 2 per year. So you're going to build 20 at the same rate. 20 total, not even 20 more.
Thank you. My fellow Americans, it is an honor to be with you tonight because we're laying the groundwork for Kamala Harris to become our next president. And let me tell you why that is so important.
Bernie turns 83 in September.
Remember where we were 3.5 years ago. We were in the midst of the worst public health crisis in 100 years and the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. 3,000 Americans were dying every day, and our hospitals were overwhelmed with COVID patients. All across the country, businesses were shutting down. Unemployment was soaring. Workers were losing their health insurance. Schools were closing. State and city budgets were running out of money. People were being evicted from their homes. Children in America were going hungry. That was the reality the Biden-Harris administration faced as they entered the Oval Office. A nation suffering, a nation frightened, and people looking to their government for support. And within 2 months of taking office, our government did respond. We passed the American Rescue Plan, which provided $1,400 for every man, woman, and child in the working class. We extended and expanded benefits for the unemployed. We provided emergency assistance for small businesses to stay open. We guaranteed health care coverage to tens of millions of Americans through one of the largest expansions of Medicaid in history. We provided rent relief and mortgage assistance, which prevented tenants and homeowners from being evicted. We established emergency food programs for hungry children and the elderly, and protected the pensions of millions of union workers and retirees from being slashed by up to 65%.
Is Bernie still relevant in the Democratic Party? Is he still somebody that people listen to? I know at one point he was the bee's knees, but nowadays I don't hear too much about Bernie Sanders. I think, he got his big bag of money and then he rolled out. Because remember back in his early days, for people that's my age, or you might just remember Bernie, back in the day, he was talking about, we got to tax all the millionaires and billionaires. We got to tax all the millionaires and billionaires because millionaires and the billionaires, they're the problem with this country. And then once he got that big bag of money, all of a sudden is, let's tax the billionaires. Oh, okay, you don't want to tax the millionaires now because you know how much that tax sting. You know how much that tax stings. When you paying that quarterly, all that big bag of money, you getting robbed barefaced, no pistol by the IRS. You don't like it, but it's okay for the so-called billionaires to really be taxed to death. You put out lies talking about the billionaires don't pay their fair share. What is a fair share? Define fair share. You can't just say fair share. That's like a blank check. So whatever you think or whatever the next person thinks, whoever's in charge, whatever you think is a fair share is what I got to pay. If you think a fair share is coming into my house and taking everything I got, then that's what it's going to be. But when you got guys that are paying beyond 50% of their revenue, 70% of their revenue, and total taxes and fees and whatnot, then you got to have attorneys to be compliant with the tax code, because if you miss one of your I's or miss one of your T's, you get sent to the penitentiary. Fat Joe, Wesley Snipes, all these guys. You got to hire attorneys. You got to have this tax and that tax and that tax and that tax. Now you're trying to talk about capital gains tax. Capital gains tax is a tax on money you've not even gotten yet. How are you going to tax me on money I don't even have? Like, I didn't even really make it. It's crazy.
Ever had it so good. And these oligarchs tell us we shouldn't tax the rich. The oligarchs tell us we shouldn't take on price gouging. We shouldn't expand Medicare to cover dental, hearing, and vision. And we shouldn't increase Social Security benefits for struggling seniors. Well, I've got...
Thank you. Unrealized capital gains, because capital gains is if you sell it and you make a profit, then you got to pay a tax for your capital gains. But unrealized, you've not realized. I mean, you didn't sell anything to make a profit. That's unrealized capital gains tax. Thank you for that.
And we're going to win this struggle because this is precisely what the American people want from their government. And my friends, at the very top of that to-do list is the need to get big money out of our political process.
Man, you don't care about money in the process, because that's how you made your money. You made your money by doing this exact thing. What are we talking about exactly?
Elections, including primary elections. For the sake of our democracy, we must overturn the disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision. and move toward public funding of elections. And let me tell you what else we must do. We need to join the rest of the industrialized world and guarantee health care to all people as a human right, not a privilege. We need to raise the minimum wage to a living wage.
The minimum wage argument is so dumb. Listen, the minimum wage federally is $7.25, but the states can make their own minimum wage, and wages are also influenced by things such as the market. When COVID-19 happened and all the money printing took place, it no longer made sense to go work for $7.25 or $10 in some places. It had to go to $14, $15 to counteract what people were getting at home, and also the new value of money because of all the free money that's been produced with no productivity. So the federal minimum wage is a thing of the past. It's irrelevant, really, because people are not getting paid anywhere near that due to what's happened with the money supply increasing. This is the market, the free market, setting what the wage is going to be. In some cases, you have states that want to interfere, like California. What, that $20 an hour? You know the funny part about that? Not Gavin Newsom. I'm about to call you Gavin. Bernie Sanders, your friend Gavin exempted himself from the law, and also his high school friend. Oh, excuse me. He went to the same high school with the guy, but they weren't going together at the same time. Okay, so his friend that he knows, been knowing for forever, went to the same high school from the same hometown. He gave him a pass on the law too. So they don't pay the increased $20 minimum wage. They pay the $16.25 or whatever it is in California, which is still much higher than the $7.25 federally. But anyway.
Tomlin's him to pass this agenda. And let us be very clear. This is not a radical agenda. But let me tell you what a radical agenda is. And that is Trump's Project 2025.
Here we go. More lies again. Project 2025 is not from the Trump administration for the campaign or from Trump himself. It's a plan from a conservative think tank called the Heritage Foundation. And Trump spoke about the Project 2025 and says that he knows nothing about it. Some things he agrees with, some things he doesn't agree with. One thing in there was about abortion, and Trump has come out to say that he disagrees with it because he believes in rape, incest, life of the mother. And that's not in Project 2025. And there's more things, but that's just a few things I can mention right now, or at least one thing, the whole, abortion situation.
Fellow Americans.
But the main thing is that that's not his plan. But this is what they do. They try to just put something on you. And then with Project 2025, they have successfully branded it among people that don't know any better as a negative thing without actually telling them why it's a negative thing. Now, if you're going to tell me something's bad to do, then explain why. Hey, don't touch the stove, Anthony. Why? It's going to burn you. Now, I can take your word for it, or I could test it myself, but at least tell me the reason why. Don't just say something without giving me the explanation to educate me about why or why not I should do a thing. If you just say it's scary, I'm going to ask you, why is it scary? And then you got to be able to explain it. And if you can't, I'm not going to listen to you. But a lot of people over there, they just take whatever you say because they've been trained to just take things from people like this, okay, Santa Claus or whoever in a Democratic Party. Take whatever they say for granted. For gospel.
Bring home the hostages and demand an immediate ceasefire. At home right here, we must take on Big Pharma, Big Oil, Big Ag, Big Tech, and all the other corporate monopolists whose greed is denying progress for working people. On November 5th, let us elect Kamala Harris as our president, and let us go forward to create the nation we know we can become. Thank you all very much.
All right, so that's Bernie Sanders out there doing his thing. All right, and that's that. A lot of long speeches. I wonder who's next. And again, if you're just now coming in, thank you for joining. I appreciate you. Barack Obama is supposed to speak tonight, so because it's only a matter of time before that happens, we're just waiting. There goes J.B. Pritzker. I think he's a governor of Illinois, right? Hey Tony, what's the matter? You looking crazy today. Like, what's the matter? I gotta do my Italian accent better. I feel like he would have been great in The Sopranos.
American city in a proud blue state. Our patriotism was formed in frost and in fire, and in the steel we forged to survive both. Our love of country has been a tapestry of faith that weaves from Abraham Lincoln reuniting a house divided to Barack Obama declaring blue states and red states make one United States. Now, Illinois' presidential pedigree is unmatched. And given that Vice President Kamala Harris spent some of her early life right here, I speak for the entire Illinois delegation when I say we claim her too.
Oh, yeah, and somebody said that J.B. Pritzker is a J, not Italian. Yeah, just like how Robert De Niro played the J in Casino. But it's like they got cultural similarities depending upon where you grew up. A lot of Italians and whatnot in Chicago. I'm not quite sure if he's from Chicago or where. That's what I would presume, but I really don't know. He could be from somewhere else in Illinois or another state.
Great Chicagoan who won 6 world championships on these very grounds. We take that personally. I had to govern for 2 years while Trump was president. Let me tell you what's embarrassing. In Illinois, we passed a massive bill to fix our roads and bridges. When Donald Trump proposed his own plan, he turned right around and called it stupid. We eliminated the grocery tax. Donald hasn't been in a grocery store since his first bankruptcy. Illinois invested in clean energy and the jobs it brings. Donald claimed that windmills in the ocean made the whales a little batty. During COVID, we supported small businesses and jobs.
Well, something is going on with the whales, the dolphins, the killer whales, because they're attacking the boats out there in the ocean. I don't know what's causing it, but something's happening.
Donald Trump thinks that we should trust him on the economy because he claims to be very rich. But take it from an actual billionaire. Trump is rich in only one thing: stupidity. Now, I meet with business leaders all the time, and there's one universal thing they all need: people. They need more workers to fill all the jobs they have. But the anti-freedom, anti-family policies of MAGA Republicans are driving workers away. Here's the thing. Americans don't want to be forced to drive 100 miles to deliver a baby because a draconian abortion law shut down the maternity ward. Americans want the hope of giving birth through IVF, not the fear that it might be taken away. Americans with LGBTQ kids don't want them facing discrimination at school because the state sanctioned it.
So what are we talking about discrimination? Does that mean you can't use the same bathroom? If you're a male, you can't go to the same bathroom as the girls? Is that discrimination, J.B. Pritzker? Let me know what you actually defined as discrimination when it comes to LGBTQ, LMNOP, X, Y, Z in school.
Americans don't want their kids to be taught in history class that slavery was a jobs program.
Who said that? You're twisting, I think, what was that, Ron DeSantis, because what they said, the black folks, hold on.
Derided as a DEI hire.
Okay, the whole thing about what he's talking about as far as the jobs program, he's misconstruing something that was coming from Florida, and these are black folks that came up with the curriculum. Okay, it wasn't DeSantis himself, it was black folks. Now, what they said was slaves learned a lot of things while they were enslaved that they were able to use once they got free. And that's a fact. That's a fact. I mean, we got taught that in school. What we got taught in school was that some slaves would be able to learn certain things, like they could do woodworking, brick masonry, ironworking, whatever it was. They could do those things as a slave kind of on the side and make money on the side outside of what they had to do at the plantation. And then if they made enough money, they could buy their freedom. That's what we got taught as kids in school. And that's exactly what happened. That's not saying that it was a good thing. It's just, that's just what it was. Okay, you're born into the situation. You're born into slavery. How are you going to get out? Okay, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z, and then I'm going to get out. We could talk about how it shouldn't have been no slavery, but shoulda, coulda, woulda. At the end of the day, it is what it is. What are you going to do to get out of it? See, that's the anti-victim mentality that I always rely on. And a lot of people like J.B. Pritzker, they rely on everybody being the victim. So they don't do anything to improve the situation, to get out of the situation. Well, I'm a victim. I'm going to just stay right here and be a victim. No. We're going to keep on moving. I'm not going to stay in slavery. I'm not going to stay in that environment. I'm not going to stay in captivity. I'm going to go ahead and do my own thing. That should be the American spirit right now in 2024, but it's not. To some people.
Make it to the middle class. They want to grow small businesses, and Democrats want to cut taxes for everyday people. More than anything, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want a country where we can all live with a little serenity. The serenity that comes with a balanced checkbook, an affordable grocery bill, and a housing market that has room for everyone. And if there's one thing I know about Donald Trump, he's not bringing anyone any kind of serenity. We have a choice, America, between the man who left our country a total mess and the woman who has spent 4 years cleaning it up. And I think it's time we stop expecting women to clean up messes without the authority and the title to match the job.
Huh? I'm not quite sure I got that one. Is that a corporate America type of thing?
It's a good title for Kamala Harris, but you know an even better one? President of the United States of America. Let's go get 'em!
Please welcome former chair and CEO of American Express and current chair and managing director of General Catalyst, Ken Chenault.
My fellow Americans, for 17 years, I ran American Express, one of the greatest companies in this country. America has thousands of great companies, more than any other nation in the world. And that's not by accident. The United States is the best place in the world to do business because of the values on which our country was built. Democracy, the rule of law, free and fair elections, the peaceful transfer of power. As a business leader, I have seen firsthand why democracy is so important. Democracy provides the foundation upon which American business and our economy depend. Character and values matter. In business, nothing is more important than trust. In America, we have to trust our president will protect democracy. We have to be certain they'll follow the law.
All right, here we go. Democracy, blah, 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 blah. I mean, there's so many speakers, and at a certain point, it's like, how many times can you say the exact same thing? And you're not really dynamic in your delivery. So why are you even up here? It's just kind of unnecessary, in my humble opinion. A way to just drag things out. I wonder if this is also a fundraiser. Like, are they actively raising money? Because it's just the delegates in the crowd. So I don't know. Maybe it's just an event for the delegates to go out there and do something so they could feel special. Hey, just disregard the will of the people and vote Kamala. We're going to throw you a party. It's going to have great music and great celebrities. You get to take selfies and pictures and take it back to your town. That'd be great. Yeah, just disregard. And then it's funny because they always talk about democracy. We got to preserve democracy. What's democratic about refusing to select who the citizenry selected to be the president? You just pick your own person. Okay, you could have been there. They could have said, yo, just put Ken in there. Yeah, let's let him be the nominee. Let's let him run against Trump. I mean, why not? Kamala ain't no different, in my opinion. Her being the vice president is really irrelevant because at the end of the day, he didn't step down. The only way she's supposed to be able to get in when Biden was supposed to be there is if Biden is the president and he steps down and she steps in his place. And then there still must be an election to see who the people want to be the president. It can't just be she takes over and then she reigns supreme. It's still going to be a November election. What happened if he just kicked the bucket in October? Would she take over and then skip the election? No, they'll still have the election. And if she loses, then she out of there. She'd be there for a very short period of time.
Economy is a broad tariff that would only raise prices, hurt consumers and businesses, and cost jobs. She knows the way not to do it is to give people like me a tax cut when that money should be invested to grow the middle class.
Now, you know the government ain't gonna do nothing with your money, you just burn it. Like, I only know why, if you're a businessman for real, you understand the way their money works. Are they going to take your money and burn it? They're going to give that money to Volodymyr Zelensky. They're going to give that money to, what they say, how much for we're talking about the thing with the Chargers. That was $7.5 billion they set aside from the federales to build 500,000 EV charging stations. $7.5 billion for 500,000 EV charging stations they allocated from the federal government. Now, they said they're going to build the 500,000 charging stations in 10 years. We're 4 years and they only built 8. They do stuff like that with your money. So you know how to make money, how to spend money, how to invest it. You're a venture capitalist chair. Come on, man. You know how to do with money. You know you're better with the money than the federales are. So why would you want them to take more of your money so they can just burn it in front of your face when you can use that money to invest into your company and actually give people jobs and raises as you see fit? Giving more money to the federal government is not going to help grow anything other than the pockets of the fat cats in Capitol Hill and their surrounding area. And in Dale, Virginia, places like this can become prosperous because of your money. They won't do anything to really help the general public at all. All it's going to do is cause more misery when you have more business owners who are strapped financially because they're being taxed to death. This is basic knowledge, but again, when you are on the left, they try to keep that away from you.
Repudiate the merchants of fear and focus on ensuring that the best days are ahead of us. She believes in America, its principles, the hopes and dreams of our people, and the promise of our future. That is why I believe Kamala Harris should be the next president of the United States of America. God bless America.
All righty, sir. Next, off the stage. Who we got? Propaganda piece?
Repeal Obamacare.
Donald Trump over the weekend again threatened to repeal Obamacare.
this would lead to Americans having their health insurance taken away.
There are about 19 million people with coverage through Medicaid expansion, another 16 million enrolled through the ACA's health insurance marketplaces, and we'd probably be talking about many millions of people becoming uninsured.
Biggest worries, losing the safety net of pre-existing conditions coverage.
What happens if you lose this insurance?
Our son would die.
What makes you think this isn't just a hollow threat?
This is one of the few campaign promises that he actually tried very hard to keep. So we better believe him when he says he's coming after this.
Even if you have insurance from your employer, you will be affected because your premiums would be going up.
We're looking at a lot of people who could lose their health insurance.
Obamacare is a big ripoff. It ain't nothing but a tax on the average everyday American. And it was crazy when they first came out with it. They taxed you for not being able to afford it. I remember when that happened. Like, okay, if you didn't have Obamacare or any kind of insurance plan that was approved by the federal government, what they would do is penalize you on your tax return. So if you were entitled to get X amount back from your tax return, they would take a piece of that because you didn't have Obamacare. They did that. Now, I think Trump was able to rescind that rule, but it's like, I can't even afford to have it and you want to tax me. They may think you can afford to have it, but you can't. You may be above a certain threshold to where you're not eligible for the government assistance, but you're also now liable to have to pay that fee, and they're going to take it from your taxes. And then the premiums are expensive. It's not very good coverage. Y'all know what I have. I could get the Obamacare approved plan. What I have is, in where I live, I pay a small hospital a monthly fee to go ahead and get checkups and things of this nature. It's like $75. I'm giving the game away. Please listen. And then I have an off-market insurance plan for, I guess you would say, catastrophic coverage. That's like another $75 for. Listen, I don't pay much of my insurance at all. $75 a month for catastrophic and $75 more for a local doctor's office to go get checkups or whatever, blood work, whatever I need. All right. Shout out to my doctor. My doctor was in the Navy for 20 years and he left the Navy because he saw 18-year-old young men going to the hospital after they get the vaccination. He said, no more. I'm done. I don't want to see these young men coming into the Navy being injured by the vaccine. I'm out. Cool dude. When I went to my doctor, I talked to him for like an hour afterward because he was like, okay, got your checkups and your blood work. So I got you for a while, man. Let's talk politics. That's how it is out here. And for my car insurance, I pay a very low amount of money with Progressive. I'm just giving it up right now. I'm giving you free game all day long.
Hospitals that overcharge patients. And when
I would never pay $700 a month for insurance just for ABL. Are you smoking crack? I would never. And something else I do. I take care of myself very well. Okay, I take care of myself. I'm not no crack smoker. I'm not a drinker. I don't smoke weed and none of that. I don't, if you smoke weed, whatever, I know the weed head's gonna be mad at me, but you understand what I'm saying. I don't do drugs. I'm not eating. Listen, I was in the store the other day. I'm gonna let Luwan Grisham speak in a second. I'm gonna just get my thought out. I was in the store the other day and I'm getting the ingredients for avocado toast, right? I'm trying to be, on the straight and narrow. And I go past the bakery section and I saw this big, what was that? It was a carrot cake. Oh, I love carrot cake. Carrot cake is like a weakness. And cookies and carrot cake, and you put the cookie in the carrot cake mixing, oh my Lord. But I stopped, I looked at the package. On the carrot cake, it said 1,000 calories per slice. I'm like, oh my Lord, I can't do it. It looked great. It was very tempting, but that calorie thing was like a big red flag. Don't go any further. Now, I could have just said, you know what? You only live once and bang 2 of them slices. Bang, bang, right to the face. But now I'm dealing with high blood pressure, diabetes, all that kind of good stuff. And we don't have time for that. That's what's going to run up your hospital bill. When you're doing things to yourself that damage you, now you got to pay for it on the back end. That $5 carrot cake is going to cost you a lot more in medical bills, especially when you kind of rack it up and do that a lot. So that's how I keep my expenses down. I don't rely on the federales to tax me more to so-called help me when it comes to my health insurance.
That's the president.
1,000 calories for a slice? My goodness, that's crazy. But it would have been delicious. I was weighing the. Hey man, I've been doing good. Let me get a little treat, but I couldn't. I just couldn't.
Kamala Harris.
All right, so I talked for her whole time. She probably won't say nothing no way, so it don't matter. If you're just now coming in, welcome. I'm here again. I almost didn't do this stream. It was kind of last minute. Oh, there we go. We got the Nicaraguan Barbie. Ana Navarro.
Los quiero. So, my mom, like Kamala's mom, got sick.
Looking like Griselda Blanco, La Madrina. Shout out to her.
She had lost her mother to cancer in 2009. Kamala helped me navigate my grief. She said that heartbreak and loss.
Mo says you're gonna make me a healthy carrot cake. Well, hey, that'd be fantastic. If you can make a healthy carrot cake, I'm in there like swimwear because that's my weakness right there. The carrot cake, love it. Oh my goodness, that's like one of the main things I like. The guilty pleasure, the carrot cake, all day long.
In the next 4 years, America will invariably have moments of great sadness and pain in our country. Some will be natural disasters. Some will be man-made disasters. We need a president who can not only be commander-in-chief, but also consoler-in-chief. We need a president with empathy, capable of lifting us up when we are down. We need a president who is capable of holding us in a big...
I'm going to go ahead and mute her. People are saying, why are we seeing her again? She's the host, I believe. She's the host or one of the hosts. And it's weird how they introduce them. They just kind of come out and start talking. So I guess in between speakers to save time or to just not have everybody go back to back, she'll come out and speak for a minute or two and then go right back. It's kind of weird the way they do it. All right, but that's what's happening. And shout out to you guys again for being here. I know it might be kind of hard to digest some of this, but please give the video a thumbs up.
Attorney, and people were like, oh, I don't know if she's tough enough. And I just had to laugh because I'm like, you don't know my sister.
Kamala had been a hard and tough prosecutor in Alameda County, prosecuting men who were pimping young girls and rapists.
Kamala wanted to make sure that murderers and child abusers
and weed smokers
meaningful accountability and consequences for those actions.
One of the cases that she had early in her career.
Hey, how about the innocent man you locked up and you laughed at him when he got sentenced when he didn't do anything wrong? How about that one? Are we going to speak on that?
Getting justice for that woman.
She came to San Francisco to protect victims, and she was elected to be district attorney of San Francisco. Kamala knew that we needed to be smart on crime, and if hell, no one else was gonna do it, that she was gonna do it.
If I'm gonna keep my promise to you to keep you safe, I better talk with you about what I'm doing in terms of crime prevention. Investing in people coming out of prisons is the smart thing to do for law enforcement. Forget that it's just the right thing to do.
That was a young Kamala Harris. She's only gotten more fierce. I've never seen her back down from a fight, and when she fights, she wins.
When Kamala became Attorney General, she wanted to protect people, but also to fundamentally pursue justice.
Being smart on crime starts with being tough on violent crime.
From a statewide perspective, I think we were concerned about the rise of gang violence.
In San Joaquin County, we saw this tremendous change in our community, and it hit us like a wave. We saw an increase in human trafficking, narcotics, and guns.
Let it be clear to anyone who would menace this state with violence, to those who prey on the weak and the vulnerable, justice will be swift and certain in the state of California.
She was always hunting the kingpins, but we didn't have partnerships with DOJ or FBI or DEA or any of those law enforcement agencies. Now, we all work collaboratively to help all the counties in California. Because of her, We destabilized organized crime, disrupt these flows of guns.
Man, look, California, especially Oakland, where she was born, is Gotham City. Gotham City. So she was the attorney general. I don't see where the evidence of her being able to bring crime down in the state is. And if she brought the crime down in the state, then it must have been very, very high, sky high before. And one of the main things you should do as a DA, as a so-called top cop, is to stop allowing criminal migrants to come through the southern border. That should be your responsibility. Oh, that's right. You were the border czar. You were the border czar and let the border be wide open. So how are you doing anything close to what your job was from the beginning as a top cop if you allow criminality to just happen right on the southern border? You don't even go down there to check out what's happening. Now, who is this?
Good evening, America, and hello, Maryland.
Yeah, Gotham with no Batman, exactly.
Like me. Thank you. People like me. Stories like
Her name is Angela Also Brooks. She's a Senate candidate from Maryland.
Senate, but they should. I'm the proud granddaughter of a housekeeper, Sarah Daisy, who raised her 3 children in a 1-bedroom apartment. It was her dream to work in government to help people. That meant taking a typing test. But she didn't know how to type, and she couldn't afford a typewriter. So she put a white piece of paper on the refrigerator and drew a keyboard on it. And every night, she stood in front of that refrigerator and taught herself to type. She took the test, passed it, and got the job she dreamed of. I am her legacy. And tonight, I am a candidate for United States Senate from the great state of Maryland. I've always been inspired by women like my grandmother, women who imagine a better future and then have the grit to make it a reality.
So it's like girl power. That's the whole thing, girl power. But you know what? When you're raising children, it'd be better if you had 2 parents, wouldn't it? And make it load a lot easier. You know, I want to hear more stories like that, more stories where we encourage families to be together, to be able to raise positive and productive children rather than, you know, the struggle story is cool. Everybody got one, but I want to hear differently. I want to hear it differently. I want to hear stories of triumph.
Maryland. I read a story in Essence magazine about a district attorney in San Francisco using new ideas to keep her community safe. Few had a better record prosecuting violent crime. She put rapists, child molesters, and murderers behind bars. But what she knew was that violent crime accounts for about 30% of all crimes. For the 70% that are nonviolent, she created a first-of-its-kind program called Back on Track. After serving time and pleading guilty, these low-level offenders would get the job training, GED help, and apprenticeships they needed to find a job.
Why can't they do that after? Why can't they do that before they get locked up? Shouldn't that be like a thing you do maybe in school? I'm not sure how schools are in California and San Fran to be specific, but why can't that be available to you before you get locked up? And if it is, you'll let me know.
2 days after I won the election, my phone rings. It's Kamala Harris calling to congratulate me and ask how she could help. She helped me bring Back on Track to Maryland. And wouldn't you know it, crime went down and economic growth went up. Back on Track is now a national model. Now Donald Trump says if Kamala Harris is elected, tough guys will treat her like a play toy. Do you know who else thought that? The drug cartels she busted, the big oil companies she made pay for polluting, the big banks that she made pay $20 billion to homeowners they ripped off. Getting justice for others.
Man, look, you're talking about companies that are under the United States jurisdiction. That's much different than going overseas, talking to Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping, all these world leaders. She'll do whatever they want. Just like Joe Biden with Zelensky. Every time he comes to the White House, give me $20 billion. Would it be? Gives me right now, cash, small bills. Come on, chop, chop. Let's do it. And he does it. She could be the same way. That's what he's talking about. They'll just pretty much run her over. They will pay her no mind at all.
That ridiculous escalator. We as a nation have felt trapped. Every national decision has been made in reaction to this one man and his extremist MAGA movement. We are still frozen by the fear that Donald Trump might once again come to power.
But the thing is, we're not. I mean, you might be afraid, but I'm not. Everything is all good over here because it was all good when he was the president. Everything was fine. Everything was just honky-dory. And then C-19 hit, and then you have Kamala and Creepy Sleepy, and then things just went left. That's what happened. We're trying to get back on track by getting the orange man back in office and getting your people up out of the way. So when you say we're living in fear of this one man, I mean, I don't speak no French. No parlez-vous français. Okay? Je ne parle français. All right? I don't speak in no Spanish. I don't speak in no French. Straight American. So I don't know what that word we means. You just speak for yourself.
Who sat at lunch counters and made sure that we all had the right to vote. We are not going back. For the mamas and grandmamas who marched to make sure that women could control our own bodies, we are not going back. For the parents who work from can't see in the morning until can't see at night, not so that they will have a better future, but so that their children will have a better life. We are not going back. When facing an obstacle, my father has often said to me, your faith is stronger than your fears. Tonight, our faith is stronger than our fears. Faith in the promise of America, faith in the American idea, in the American values that we share, faith that we, the people, can choose a new leader, a better future for the people. Faith that as dark as our days and challenges have sometimes felt, it's always darkest before the dawn.
I mean, like, my thing is, let's get to some policy, because a lot of these speeches that I've heard from today and yesterday has been really empty, no substance. It's like, let's get some real talk. Talk about what's happening. The inflation is going through the roof, and they all appear to be avoiding that topic, although it's, in my opinion, the most important topic. All right, we got a problem with the inflation. Can you do something about that? Can you address that elephant in the room, or are we going to continue to ignore it?
Please welcome Mesa, Arizona Mayor John Giles.
Good evening. I have a confession to make. I'm a lifelong Republican. So I feel a little out of place tonight, but I feel more at home here than in today's Republican Party.
So what changed, sir?
The grand old party has been kidnapped by extremists and devolved into a cult. The cult of Donald Trump. Trump doesn't know the first thing about public service. Like a child, he acts purely out of self-interest. We all need an adult in the White House, and we've seen what happens when we don't have one. Trump made a lot of lofty promises: unlimited economic growth, American manufacturing reborn, a secure border. Turns out Donald Trump was all talk. He wanted our votes, but he couldn't deliver a thing. But these days, my city of Mesa, Arizona is on the move. I'm going to ribbon cuttings every single week, all because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris reached across the aisle and they delivered for my conservative community and countless more across the country. My hero, John McCain, taught us to put country over party. And that's how Vice President Harris and Governor Walz will lead too. I have an urgent message for the majority of Americans who, like me, are in the political middle. John McCain's Republican Party is gone, and we don't owe a damn thing to what's been left behind. So let's turn the page. Let's put country first. Let's put adults in the room where our country deserves. Thank you.
All right, that's John Giles, the mayor of Mesa, Arizona. He went to Brigham Young. That's really interesting. The Mormon school. Is he Mormon? I don't know. That's pretty interesting. All right, I'm not sure how a lifelong Republican who went to Brigham Young can all of a sudden now say, "Oh, I'm a Democrat. I love Kamala."
Of IVF treatments.
She felt like a dream come true.
The fact that she was able to build a family, that's why I do what I do.
Without IVF, I don't know how this would have been possible.
IVF treatment gives many patients an opportunity to have a family.
I love that I get to help people every day become parents.
But a party that pretends to be pro-family wants to put a stop to this. They are attacking the right to expand and start a family.
It's unthinkable.
They may never have the family that they've dreamt of.
In the U.S. Senate,
Republicans blocked a Democratic bill that would have established protections for in vitro fertilization.
Mr. Vance, no.
If Republicans actually cared as much about protecting IVF, this would have been a simple yes vote.
Family means support.
To me, family is your whole world. It's the life that you build.
IVF made my family.
It made my heart whole.
It made my life full.
It made my life full.
And it made my life full.
And we will always fight.
Is anybody trying to ban IVF? I'm kind of lost. Like everybody talking about how IVF is great. Is anybody trying to ban that? I don't really know too much about it.
make decisions about what is right for them, for this generation and generations to come.
Please welcome Illinois Senator Tammy Duckworth.
I went to war to protect America's rights and freedoms. So I take it personally when a five-time draft-dodging coward like Donald Trump tries to take away my rights and freedoms in return, especially when it concerns my daughters. My girls, gamer girl Abigail and queen of the monkey bars Miley, are everything to me. But they would never have been born without access to reproductive care. Because after 10 years of struggling with infertility, I was only able to have them through the miracle of IVF. But now, Trump's anti-woman crusade has put other Americans' right to have their own families at risk. Because if they win, Republicans will not stop at banning abortion. They will come for IVF next.
Oh, okay. So that's the thing. So they're trying to say, well, he's not really trying to ban IVF, but since he banned abortion, which he did not ban abortion, but they're going to say he did and lie about it. And then they're going to take that lie and put it into a hypothetical. Well, hey, if he banned abortion, then of course he'll ban IVF. Okay, I was confused. Like, you say you don't ban IVF? Like, who's trying to ban that? And nobody's trying to ban that. And he didn't ban abortion. All he did was repeal Roe v. Wade. Well, he didn't even do it. Obviously, the Supreme Court did it. The Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. Okay, unconstitutional. Now, all that does is send abortion back to the states. So if you want to delete your baby in Illinois, where she is, or in California, like Gavin Newsom, his area, his territory, then let the people vote for it. If people out there believe in deleting babies, then that's what it'll be. If you don't, then you're going to have some restrictions. It is what it is. Now, if I could be the king, y'all know how I say, if I could just rule by fiat, do whatever I want to do, I would say, now we're going to ban it totally. But that's not what Trump is doing. Trump even came out and said that he's in favor of abortion in certain situations. Trump himself said this on television, but they'll say that he wants to ban abortion. How can he ban abortion when he goes on TV and says on multiple platforms, the streams with the young guys, streams or interviews with the regular mainstream media, he'll say that I'm in favor of abortion in cases of rape, incest, life of the mother. So to say that he's going to ban it is a straight up lie. He is not banned it, and he's not going to ban it, and ain't going to be no ban on IVF either. But these are the fear tactics that they use to try and convince you about a thing. So then when I'm out in the public and normies are talking to me, they're going to hear this and not hear anything else. So I got to come in with the actual fact checking and say, hey, that's not true. Trump said X, Y, and Z. Trump believes in X, Y, and Z. Here's documentation. Here's videotape evidence, all that good stuff. All right. But they don't really care too much about facts. It's all about the narrative.
God bless America.
All right. There you go.
This is my dad, Doug. He was raised in Jersey and moved to LA when he was 16. These are his parents, Barb and Mike. They think he walks on water. This is what he wore to his bar mitzvah. And here's him at summer camp. They voted him most athletic, so he says. This is a photo McDonald's used when he was Employee of the Month. It hung on our wall for years. My dad is a lawyer, a really good one. My mom called him the crisis guy because he was everyone's first call. My parents split when I was in middle school, and that wasn't easy. That's not easy for any kid. But it helped that my parents stayed friends, and we all kept hanging together. We grew closer than ever. And then...
Oh, is that Tim Waltz? Oh, no, that's Doug Emhoff.
Dramatically change all of our lives forever.
You skipped the part where you got the nanny pregnant. You skipped that part. you skipped, hey, it's all nice and cutesy. Where did you get the nanny pregnant? Where the oops baby at? Or did she delete the baby?
She took over Sunday night dinners and taught Doug how to actually cook. Our blended family wasn't used to politics.
Doug? You calling your dad by his first name?
We were all excited to step up, especially my dad. Then Kamala became vice president.
Oh, I wish I would call my dad Jeff. Man, Jeff would be in here stomping me to wine. I would never.
He embraced it. He left his practice after being a lawyer for 30 years. That was tough. I was so proud to watch him do it, to stand by her side.
Hey, I was wondering who they were talking about when they were showing the young pictures. I'm like, okay, who is that? Is that? I thought that was at first. I thought that was Anthony Weiner. I thought it was Anthony Weiner at first. The little afro, the young Jewish kid afro. I thought that was what that was going on there. But that's Doug Emhoff. Oh, big scary guy. Look at you.
The first second gentleman in the history of this nation. He's found his voice around.
Did you see that clip where they were trying to show somebody on stage and then he making this mean face behind like he's some kind of big tough guy? Was that the show of strength that you want to see from a guy? Come on. What was that all about?
In our country and around the world. What they are doing on reproductive freedom and freedom in general is just outrageous.
And next, he's going to make history again as the first gentleman. I can't wait for everyone to get to know why we all love him. He's the glue that keeps this family together. We might not look like other families in the White House, but we are ready to represent all families in America.
So cringe. I mean, I hate stuff like that. I don't like cringing too much. But yeah, I guess that was Doug Emhoff's son. And Doug Emhoff, of course, is Kamala Harris, his husband.
United States, Doug Emhoff.
Boy, a little sweet, ain't he? Just a little bit, just a touch. All right, just the music is killing me. Hopefully they don't try to give me no more.
I guess he didn't want me to give this speech. He just... Thank you. Thank you so much. Hello. Thank you.
Yeah, that's crazy. She didn't even take his name. Not even the hyphenated. Look, if I get married again, you taking my name. I got married the first time, took my name. You taking my name if we get married. Ain't gonna be no negotiation. Oh, I'm gonna keep my man. You're going to be Logan, and that's it.
And a special shout out to my mother. I see you. My mother is the only person in the whole world who thinks Kamala is the lucky one for marrying me. And to Kamala, who, well, we just saw where she is. She's out on the trail listening to and talking with voters. Honey, I can't wait for you to come back to Chicago because we're having a great time here. I love you so much. I'm so proud.
Daughter dressed like Wednesday Addams.
All of us. But that's who she is. Wherever she's needed, however she's needed, Kamala rises to the occasion. And she did it for me and our family. And now that the country needs her, she's showing you what we already know. She's ready to lead. She brings both joy and toughness to this task, and she will be a great president we will all be proud of. Now, I'm the son of two Brooklynites, Mike and Barb. They've been together almost 70 years. My dad worked in the shoe business in Manhattan, and he moved our family out to New Jersey. Where's New Jersey? I see you out there. When I was a little kid. And in a lot of ways, I had a typical Jersey suburban childhood. I biked around the neighborhood. I took the bus to Hebrew school. And I rode to Little League practice in the way back of my coach's wood-paneled station wagon. And if we did well, we got to have a Slurpee after. In my neighborhood, everyone left their garage door open. Wherever you ended up at dinner time, that's the family that fed you. Everyone took care of everyone else. And the guys I grew up with are still my best friends. The group chat is active every day, and it's probably blowing up right now, guys. When my dad had to get a new job, we moved across the country to LA. Money was tight. Hey, California.
His upbringing don't even really matter, like at all.
McDonald's in high school for some extra cash. Not only was I Employee of the Month, but I still have the framed picture, which you just saw, and there was a ring, golden arches and all. And then I waited tables, parked cars. I was working full-time so I could afford to go to college part-time. And thanks to partial scholarships, student loans, and a little help from my dad, I got myself through law school. And I got my first job as a lawyer, which is also where I met the guys in my fantasy football league. And a lot has changed in our lives since the early 90s, but my team name is still Nirvana.
I promise I don't, like, I do not care at all. Like, I don't care about anything that he's saying in the least bit. It matters not. It's not even something I can really comment on and be like, oh, well, here's a policy thing. You know, with the other people, I could talk about policy things they're talking about that's wrong, pointing out obvious inconsistencies, lies, or whatever. But this guy talking about, yeah, I was working and going to school. Okay, everybody did that. So what? So what?
And that's when something unexpected happened. In 2013, I walked into a contentious client meeting. We worked through the issue, and by the end of the meeting, the now happy client offered to set me up on a blind date, which is how I ended up with Kamala Harris's phone number. Now, for generations, people have debated when to call the person you're being set up with. And never in history has anyone suggested 8:30 a.m. And yet, that's when I dialed. I got Kamala's voicemail, and I just started rambling. Hey, it's Doug. I'm on my way to an early meeting.
Now, what made Kamala decide to settle down with this guy, Doug Emhoff? This complete goofball of a person. You know, at one point, she was with Montel Williams. You know that video floating around of her back in the day? I think it was Montel and his daughter, who was also really, you know, A1. I'm not sure if she was same age as Kamala or whatever it is. Probably a little bit younger than Kamala, but not, I think Montel might be, how old is Montel Williams now? Montel got to be older than, like, probably like 70 something by now. I'm not really sure. But anyway, yeah, what made her choose this guy? Well, then again, they both goofy, so hey man, it might just be a good match. He's goofy, she goofy, they're just the goof troop.
But that's when she called me back. And we talked for an hour, and we laughed. Well, you know that laugh. I love that laugh. And maybe that counted as our first date. Or maybe it was that Saturday night when I picked her up and told her, buckle up, I'm a really bad driver. Because you can't hide anything from Kamala Harris, so you might as well own it. And as I got to know her better and just fell in love fast.
All right. Okay, I'm going to just, the cringe is killing me, but somebody said it right there. I should have thought about that. I should have put two and two together in my mind before I said it. Somebody said her past will tell you why she got with this guy. Of course, because she was a sugar baby in her 20s when she got with Willie Brown. Y'all know what a sugar baby is. I don't got to say too much. But she was with him, and he was married in his 60s. So why not? And did he cheat on his wife to get with Kamala? How did that really work? I don't know if that happened, but I know he got the nanny pregnant before meeting Kamala when he was married to his first wife, who he has 2 kids with. Okay, so I'm not really sure at what point in his life he met Kamala, but it had to have been in the end of the road for her. The end of the road. 40, 50, it's like, hey, man, I got to go back to the Willie Brown type situation. I got to get with got a big bag of money. Okay, you're a California lawyer, Jewish guy. All right, let's make it happen. You got the juice. Let's go ahead and do it. That was probably her mindset. And no anti-Semitism. Shout out to all the Jews. Hey, if I need a lawyer, I'm calling you first. I'm calling you first. Edelstein and Sons, yeah, let me get them on the case right now because they're gonna get me out. They're gonna get me free. They're gonna maintain my freedom and they're gonna maintain that cash in my pocket. Every time I do it with them, nothing but positivity. So shout out to the Jews. All right, shout out to them. But not guys like this though. You got to get the real. You got to get these guys right here. They goofballs. I can't do nothing with them. But the guys that I deal with, solid, rock solid.
Ella calls us a three-headed parenting machine. Kamala and Kirsten, thank you both. Thank you both.
Hold on. Para Inf says she was in the streets in the campus of Howard University. She did her time, bro. Yeah, she did her time for sure. On the streets at Howard, oh my goodness. The Howard homecoming, forget about it. You were in them streets. And don't let them come to Hampton. Oh my goodness. Good grief. The rivalry, the real HU. Who's the real HU? Man, oh man. I remember them days. HBCUs, Norfolk State, Hampton. Oh my. Boy, oh boy. Good old days. Going down the beach. Forget about it.
Engaged. They asked Kamala to officiate their wedding. And in the same way that she always steps up when it matters, Kamala put so much time into those remarks. And she bound them in a book that matched her dark red dress and then turned that into a gift for the happy couple. A few days ago, during this incredible time we're going through, there was a brief window when Kamala was back at home. And I saw her sitting on her favorite chair, and in the middle of a wild month, I just hoped that she was having a quiet moment to herself. But then I realized she was on the phone. And of course, my mind went to all the potential crises that the vice president could be dealing with. Was it domestic? Was it foreign? Was it campaign?
Okay, finish it up.
I could see she was focused.
Land your plane.
And all I knew was that it must be something important. And it turns out it was. Ella had called her. That's Kamala. That's Kamala.
Oh my goodness. And there goes Ella Emhoff looking like, what's that, Wednesday from the Addams Family? Shout out to the Addams Family. Is it Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday? I don't know. I forgot what day of the week the girl's name was, but she looks like that. Yeah, get this guy off the stage. At least with the other people, I could talk about some policy a little bit and debunk some things, but this guy's just talking about his cornball love affair with his wife after he got the nanny pregnant with the first wife. I ain't trying to hear that. I'm trying to hear about some real stuff. Let's keep it going, sir.
Here's the thing about joyful warriors. They're still warriors. And Kamala is as tough as it comes.
I mean, you know what? I knew this was going to be hard because the stream yesterday was hard as well. But a big part of the reason why I'm doing it is because I like to debunk these things in real time. People are going to watch this on the left, and they're going to think that what they're saying is true. They're going to think that what they're saying is correct because they already believe in what leftists say. But if at least one person can hear me tonight and they can hear an alternative point of view and it might kind of make something in their mind go off, then maybe they will do some research and figure out that what they're saying right here tonight is all false. So that's a big part of the reason why I'm here. Is it Wednesday? Shout out to Wednesday. All right. Yeah, Addams Family. That's her. Every time she come in, but I'm sorry. But Ella is a model, if you didn't know. A real model, yes, signed model. Ella Emhoff, absolutely. Yep. She has a different kind of look that they might want on the runway. She's pretty tall, I suppose. And they want her on the runway looking like that. Yeah. Yep. Ella Emhoff. All right. And that is Kamala's stepdaughter. So, yeah, shout out to them. But I want my man to go ahead and land his plane. He's circling around the airport and refusing to land. It's like, sir, you're running out of fuel. You about to go ahead and just crash. Go ahead and land it safely. And let's get to the next takeoff and land. The next takeoff and land. That's what you need to do right now. Land your plane, refuel, and let the next pilot hop in and take over from there. All right. Bad Dog Sport says a model for what? Alpo? Nah, she's a real runway model for real. I ain't making it up on everything. I promise. I'm not. She could be a Wilhelmina model. That'd be crazy. But you know how the modeling industry is kind of weird like that. Hold on. Let me see. Nah, not Wilhelmina. Let me see. I'm gonna find it. IMG Models. Yep. Signed in 2021. Very interesting how she signs with IMG Models in 2021. In January 2021, right when Kamala becomes vice president. Is that quid pro quo or no? I'm trying to figure out what's happening. I'm trying to, are they trying to capitalize off of her stepmother being the vice president or what's going on? All right, there go Big Mike. I mean, Michelle. There we go. One of the Obamas.
Something wonderfully magical is in the air, isn't it? Yeah. You know, we're feeling it here in this arena, but it's spreading all across this country we love. A familiar feeling that's been buried too deep for far too long. You know what I'm talking about. It's the contagious power of hope. The anticipation, the energy, the exhilaration of once again being on the cusp of a brighter day. The chance to vanquish the demons of fear, division, and hate that have consumed us and continue pursuing the unfinished promise of this great nation, the dream that our parents and grandparents fought and died and sacrificed for. America, hope is making a comeback.
There's not much hope under a Biden-Harris administration or a Harris-Waltz.
To be honest, I am realizing that until recently, I have mourned the dimming of that hope. And maybe you've experienced the same feelings. Is that deep pit in my stomach, a palpable sense of dread about the future. And for me, that mourning has also been mixed with my own personal grief. The last time I was here in my hometown was to memorialize my mother, the woman who showed me the meaning of hard work and humility and decency, the woman who set my moral compass high and showed me the power of my own voice. Folks, I still feel her loss so profoundly. I wasn't even sure if I'd be steady enough to stand before you tonight, but my heart compelled me to be here because of the sense of duty that I feel to honor her memory and to remind us all.
Who died again?
Not to squander the sacrifices our elders made to give us a better future. You see, my mom
in her steady, quiet way, lived out that striving sense of hope every single day of her life. She believed that all children, all people have value, that anyone can succeed if given the opportunity. She and my father didn't aspire to be wealthy. In fact, they were suspicious of folks who took more than they needed. They understood that it wasn't enough for their kids to thrive if everyone else around us was drowning. So my mother volunteered at the local school. She always looked out for the other kids on the block. She was glad to do the thankless, unglamorous work that for generations has strengthened the fabric of this nation. The belief that if you do unto others, if you love thy neighbor, if you work and scrape and sacrifice, it will pay off. If not for you, then maybe for your children or your grandchildren. You see, those values have been passed on through family farms and factory towns, through tree-lined streets and crowded tenements.
Yeah, the word drowning wasn't a good word to use.
Guard units and social studies classrooms. Those were the values my mother poured into me until her very last breath. Kamala Harris and I built our lives on those same foundational values. Even though our mothers grew up an ocean apart, they shared the same belief in the promise of this country. That's why her mother moved here from India at 19. It's why she taught Kamala about justice, about the obligation to lift others up, about our responsibility to give more than we take. She'd often tell her daughter, "Don't sit around and complain about things. Do something." So, with that voice in her head, Kamala went out and she worked hard in school, graduating from an HBCU, earning her law degree at a state school. And then she went on to work for the people, fighting to hold lawbreakers accountable, strengthening the rule of law, fighting to get folks better wages, cheaper prescription drugs, a good education, decent health care, child care, elder care. From a middle-class household, Kamala worked her way up to become Vice President of the United States of America. My girl.
It's all about just personal accomplishments. I did this, I did that. I went to school, I got it, I became the vice president. But what have you given to people? When you ask people about ABL, I'm going to toot my own horn for just 1 second. I'm going to put the horn right back on the receiver, I promise. And I'm going to let Michelle continue. When you ask people about me, it's about, hey, ABL did X, Y, and Z for me. ABL gave me this. He gave me that. The shirt off his back. He gave. He improved my situation. When I met him, I was at X place. And then afterward, I was at Y place. So what you're going to hear about me, and I'm not even the public servant. When somebody's in public office, when you are an attorney general, when you are a senator, when you are the vice president, you should have a record full of service. It shouldn't be about personal accomplishments. I did this, I did that. What have you done for people? What have you done for this nation as a public servant? I've done more for people than you without being a public servant. So what does that say about you, Kamala?
And valued. Because no one has a monopoly on what it means to be an American. No one. Kamala has shown her allegiance to this nation, not by spewing anger and bitterness, but by living a life of service and always pushing the doors of opportunity open to others. She understands that most of us will never be afforded the grace of failing forward. We will never benefit from the affirmative action of generational wealth. bankrupt a business or choke in a crisis, we don't get a second, third, or fourth chance. If things don't go our way, we don't have the luxury of whining or cheating others to get further ahead. No. We don't get to change the rules so we always win. If we see a mountain in front of us, we don't expect there to be an escalator waiting to take us to the top. No. We put our heads down. We get to work. In America, we do something. And throughout her entire life, that's what we've seen from Kamala Harris. The steel of her spine, the steadiness of her upbringing, the honesty of her example, and yes, the joy of her laughter and her light. It couldn't be more obvious. Of the two major candidates in this race, only Kamala Harris truly understands the unseen labor and unwavering commitment that has always made America great. Now, unfortunately, we know what comes next. We know folks are going to do everything they can to distort her truth. My husband and I sadly know a little something about this. For years, Donald Trump did everything in his power to try to make people fear us. See, his limited, narrow view of the world made him feel threatened by the existence of two hardworking, highly educated, successful people who happen to be black.
And with that race card, like a spade card, boom, right on the table. Now, how did Trump do that? Explain, please, Miss Obama.
I want to know. I want to know. Who's going to tell him that the job he's currently seeking might just be one of those black jobs?
The sheep are gonna sheep. Look at this guy having a meltdown, a spiritual moment.
Misogynistic, racist lies as a substitute for real ideas and solutions that will actually make people's lives better. Look, because cutting our health care, taking away our freedom to control our bodies, the freedom to become a mother through IVF like I did, those things are not going to improve the health outcomes of our wives, mothers, and daughters. Shutting down the Department of Education, banning our books, none of that will prepare our kids for the future. Demonizing our children for being who they are and loving who they love, look, that doesn't make anybody's life better. Instead, it only makes us small. And let me tell you this, going small is never the answer. Going small is the opposite of what we teach our kids. Going small is petty, it's unhealthy, and quite frankly, it's unpresidential. So, why would any of us accept this from anyone seeking our highest office? Why would we normalize that type of backward leadership? Doing so only demeans and cheapens our politics. It only serves to further discourage good, big-hearted people from wanting to get involved at all. America, our parents taught us better than that, and we deserve so much better than that. That's why we must do everything in our power to elect two of those good, big-hearted people, there is no other choice than Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. No other choice.
Well, there was a choice that the Americans chose when they voted in the primary, and that was a guy by the name of Joe Biden.
As we embrace this renewed sense of hope, let us not forget the despair we have felt. Let us not forget what we are up against. Yes, Kamala and Tim are doing great now. We're loving it. They're packing arenas across the country. Folks are energized. We are feeling good. But remember, there are still so many people who are desperate for a different outcome, who are ready to question and criticize every move Kamala makes, who are eager to spread those lies, who don't want to vote for a woman, who will continue to prioritize building their wealth over ensuring that everyone has enough. So no matter how good we feel tonight or tomorrow or the next day, this is going to be an uphill battle. So folks, we cannot be our own worst enemies. No. See, because the minute something goes wrong, the minute a lie takes hold, folks, we cannot start wringing our hands. We cannot get a Goldilocks complex about whether everything is just right. And we cannot indulge our anxieties about whether this country will elect someone like Kamala instead of doing everything we can to get someone like Kamala elected. And Tim, they have lived amazing lives. And I am confident that they will lead with compassion, inclusion, and grace. But they are still only human. They are not perfect. And like all of us, they will make mistakes. But luckily, y'all, this is not just on them. No, this is up to us, all of us, to be the solution that we seek. It's up to all of us to be the antidote to the darkness and division. Look, I don't care how you identify politically, whether you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, or none of the above. This is our time to stand up for what we know in our hearts is right. To stand up, not just for our basic freedoms, but for decency and humanity, for basic respect, dignity, and empathy.
All these speeches, okay, I'm gonna talk over a little bit, but you got the subtitles on the bottom. I ain't gonna talk too long, but this is really just, it sucks. The speech sucks. People that eat this kind of stuff up, that believe in all this feelings stuff, they're gonna eat it up. But I'm talking about policies and things that can make Americans' lives better. I don't hear much of that in the speech at all. I don't hear any of it in the speech at all. It's about personal stuff, race car, all that is in there. It makes people react, but it doesn't actually do anything when you're talking about trying to accomplish real goals in this country that actually matter.
We only have 2.5 months, y'all, to get this done. Only 11 weeks to make sure every single person we know is registered and has a voting plan. So we cannot afford for anyone America to sit on their hands and wait to be called. Don't complain if no one from the campaign has specifically reached out to you to ask you for your support. There is simply no time for that kind of foolishness. You know what you need to do.
Look, we don't got time to tell you to go out there and vote Kamala after we've been telling you vote for Joe Biden for the past year. Just go out there and do it. Do what we say because you're a Democrat and you black or you're whatever. So go out there and do it.
Michelle Obama is asking you, no, I'm telling y'all to do something. Because you all, this election is going to be close. In some states, just a handful, listen to me, a handful of votes in every precinct could decide the winner. So we need to vote in numbers that erase any doubt. We need to overwhelm any effort to suppress us. Our fate is in our hands. In 77 days, we have the power to turn our country away from the fear, division, and smallness of the past. We have the power to marry our hope with our action. We have the power to pay forward the love, sweat, and sacrifice of our mothers and fathers and all those who came before us. We did it before, y'all, and we sure can do it again. Let us work like our lives depend on it. And let us keep moving our country forward and go higher, yes, always higher than we've ever gone before as we elect the next president and vice president of the United States, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Thank you all. God bless.
All right, now I'm going to tell you something. That is going to be a better speech than what Kamala does. They want Michelle to run. They want them to be the dynasty, right? But she don't want to run.
Before I go, I have one more job tonight. Yeah, one more job. You all, thank you for all the love, but it is now my honor to introduce
Big O,
somebody
Barry,
who knows a whole lot about hope.
Barry.
Someone who has spent his life strengthening our democracy. And let me tell you, as someone who lives with him, he wakes up every day, and thinks about what's best for this country. Please welcome America's 44th president and the love of my life, Barack Obama.
Here we go. Barry Sotoro, Barry Obama, Barack Obama. That's Black Jesus to many people. Barry O, Barack Obama. One of the last groomed politicians we've had in a while on the national stage.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. All right. That's enough. Thank you. Chicago, it's good to be home. It is good to be home, and I don't know about you, but I'm feeling fired up. I am feeling ready to go. Even if I am the only person stupid enough to speak after Michelle Obama. I am feeling hopeful because this convention has always been pretty good to kids with funny names who believe in a country where anything is possible. Because we have a chance to elect someone who has spent her entire life trying to give people the same chances America gave her. Someone who sees you and hears you and will get up every single day and fight for you. The next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris. It's been 16 years since I had the honor of accepting this party's nomination for president. And I know that's hard to believe because I have not aged a bit. But it's true. And looking back, I can say without question that my first big decision as your nominee turned out to be one of my best. And that was asking Joe Biden to serve by my side as vice president.
But didn't you try to convince him to not run for president? I thought I heard that in the news for some years. But whatever. What do I know?
Other than some common Irish blood, Joe and I come from different backgrounds. But we became brothers. And as we worked together for 8, sometimes pretty tough years, what I came to admire most about Joe wasn't just his smarts, his experience. It was his empathy and his decency and his hard-earned resilience, his unshakable belief that everyone in this country deserves a fair shot. And over the last 4 years, those are the values America has needed most. At a time when millions of our fellow citizens were sick and dying, we needed a leader with the character to put politics aside and do what was right. At a time when our economy was reeling, we needed a leader with the determination to drive what would become the world's strongest recovery. 15 million jobs, higher wages, lower health care costs.
And the inflation, Mr. Obama?
At a time when the other party had turned into a cult of personality, we needed a leader who was steady and brought people together and was selfless enough to do the rarest thing there is in politics, putting his own ambition aside for the sake of the country.
What do you mean? He made millions in his role.
Remember Joe Biden as an outstanding president who defended democracy at a moment of great danger. And I am proud to call him my president, but I am even prouder to call him my friend. The torch has been passed. Now it is up to all of us to fight for the America we believe in. And make no mistake, it will be a fight. For all the incredible energy we've been able to generate over the last few weeks, for all the rallies and the memes, this will still be a tight race in a closely divided country. A country where too many Americans are still struggling. Where a lot of Americans don't believe government can help. And as we gather here tonight, the people who will decide this election are asking a very simple question. Who will fight for me? Who's thinking about my future? about my children's future, about our future together. One thing is for certain, Donald Trump is not losing sleep over that question. Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he rode down his golden escalator 9 years ago. It has been a constant stream of gripes and grievances that's actually been getting worse now that he's afraid of losing to Kamala.
I've heard gripes and grievances all night at this speech.
The crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes.
That matters because anybody interested in your person.
It just goes on and on and on. The other day I heard someone compare Trump to the neighbor who keeps running his leaf blower outside your window every minute of every day. Now, from a neighbor, that's exhausting. From a president, it's just dangerous. The truth is, Donald Trump sees power as nothing more than it means to his ends. He wants the middle class to pay the price for another huge tax cut that would mostly help him and his rich friends. He killed a bipartisan immigration deal written in part by one of the most conservative Republicans in Congress that would have helped secure our southern border because he thought trying to actually solve the problem would hurt his campaign. He doesn't. Do not boo. Vote. He doesn't seem to care if more women lose their reproductive freedom since it won't affect his life. And most of all, Donald Trump wants us to think that this country is hopelessly divided between us and them, between the real Americans, who of course support him, and the outsiders who don't. And he wants you to think that you'll be richer and safer if you will just give him the power to put those other people back in their place.
Like MAGA Republicans from y'all point of view?
The oldest tricks in politics. From a guy whose act has, let's face it, gotten pretty stale. We do not need 4 more years of bluster and bumbling and chaos. We have seen that movie before, and we all know that the sequel is usually worse.
And the first movie was great. They'll go down, Cheeto. It was a great first movie.
America's ready for a better story. We are ready for a President Kamala Harris. And Kamala Harris is ready for the job. This is a person who has spent her life fighting on behalf of people who need a voice and a champion. As you heard from Michelle, Kamala was not born into privilege. She had to work for what she's got. And she actually cares about what other people are going through. She's not the neighbor running the leaf blower. She's the neighbor rushing over to help when you need a hand. As a prosecutor, Kamala stood up for children who had been...
Okay, hold on. Sorry. That's my bad. That's C-SPAN kicking me out. I'm coming right back in.
My job used to be...
Sorry. Give me just 2-3 seconds and we right back in there.
And for-profit colleges, securing billions of dollars for the people they had scammed. After the home mortgage crisis, she pushed me and my administration hard to make sure homeowners got a fair settlement. Didn't matter that I was a Democrat. Didn't matter that she had knocked on doors for my campaign in Iowa. She was going to fight to get as much relief as possible for the families who deserved it. As vice president, she helped take on the drug companies to cap the cost of insulin, lower the cost of health care, give families with kids a tax cut. And she is running for president with real plans to lower costs even more and protect Medicare and Medicaid and sign a law to guarantee every woman's right to make her own health care decisions.
Meaning to delete babies on demand.
In other words, Kamala Harris won't be focused on her problems. She'll be focused on yours. As president, she won't just cater to her own supporters and punish those who refuse to kiss the ring or bend the knee. She'll work on behalf of every American. That's who Kamala is. And in the White House, she will have an outstanding partner in Governor Tim Walz. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I love this guy. Tim is the kind of person who should be in politics. Born in a small town, served his country, taught kids, coached football, took care of his neighbors. He knows who he is, and he knows what's important. You can tell those flannel shirts he wears don't come from some political consultant. They come from his closet, and they have been through some stuff. They have been through some stuff. That's right.
Flannel shirts, Obama. Is that what we're gonna? Come on, man.
Together, Kamala and Tim have kept faith with America's central story. A story that says we are all created equal. All of us endowed with certain inalienable rights, that everyone deserves a chance, that even when we don't agree with each other, we can find a way to live with each other. That's Kamala's vision. That's Tim's vision. That's the Democratic Party's vision. And our job over the next 11 weeks is to convince as many people as possible to vote for that vision. Now, it won't be easy. The other side knows it's easier to play on people's fears and cynicism, always has been. They will tell you that government is inherently corrupt, that sacrifice and generosity are for suckers. And since the game is rigged, it's okay to take what you want and just look after your own. That's the easy path. We have a different task. Our job is to convince people that democracy can actually deliver. And in doing that, we can't just point to what we've already accomplished. We can't just rely on the ideas of the past. We need to chart a new way forward to meet the challenges of today. And Kamala understands this. She knows, for example, that if we want to make it easier for more young people to buy a home, we need to build more units and clear away some of the outdated laws and regulations that made it harder to build homes for working people in this country. That is a priority, and she's put out a bold new plan to do just that.
Well, taxes at a certain point are making home ownership unaffordable, in California especially.
Out of the enormous progress that we've made through the Affordable Care Act. providing millions of people access to affordable coverage, protecting millions more from unscrupulous insurance practices. I noticed, by the way, that since it's become popular, they don't call it Obamacare no more.
But y'all were the ones who did away with that, to call it the ACA, the Affordable Care Act, because it was seen as a slur to call it Obamacare. Like, these people are really funny when they say things like this.
Kamala knows that if we want to help people get ahead, we need to put a college degree within reach of more Americans. But she also knows college shouldn't be the only ticket to the middle class. We need to follow the lead of governors like Tim Walz, who said, if you've got the skills and the drive, you shouldn't need a degree to work for state government. And in this new economy, we need a president who actually cares about the millions of people all across this country who wake up every single day to do the essential, often thankless work, to care for our sick, to clean our streets, to deliver our packages. We need a president who will stand up for their right to bargain for better wages and working conditions. And Kamala will be that president. Yes, she can. Yes, she can. A Harris-Walz administration can help us move past some of the tired old debates that keep stifling progress. Because at their core, Kamala and Tim understand that when everybody gets a fair shot, we are all better off. They understand that when every child gets a good education, the whole economy gets stronger. When women are paid the same as men for doing the same job, all families benefit.
If women didn't get paid as much as men for doing the same job, then companies will hire all women because they can get them for a cheaper price. Let's stop playing games, Obama.
Just like we can keep our streets safe while also building trust between law enforcement and the communities they serve and eliminating bias, that will make it better for everybody. Donald Trump and his well-heeled donors, they don't see the world that way. For them, one group's gains is necessarily another group's loss. For them, freedom means that the powerful can do pretty much what they please, whether it's fire workers trying to organize a union, or put poison in our rivers, or avoid paying taxes like everybody else has to do. Well, we have a broader idea of freedom. We believe in the freedom to provide for your family if you're willing to work hard. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and send your kids to school without worrying if they'll come home. We believe that true freedom gives each of us the right to make decisions about our own life, how we worship, what our family looks like, how many kids we have, who we marry. And we believe that freedom requires us to recognize that other people have the freedom to make choices that are different than ours. That's okay.
It was funny when he first was running, he was an anti-gay marriage president, and then he did a bait and switch when he became the president and allowed it.
That's the America Kamala Harris and Tim Walz believe in. An America where we, the people, includes everyone. Because that's the only way this American experiment works. And despite what our politics might suggest, I think most Americans understand that. Democracy isn't just a bunch of abstract principles and dusty laws in some book somewhere. It's the values we live by. It's the way we treat each other, including those who don't look like us, or pray like us, or see the world exactly like we do. That sense of mutual respect has to be part of our message. Our politics have become so polarized these days that all of us across the political spectrum seem so quick to assume the worst in others, unless they agree with us on every single issue.
That's y'all do that.
We start thinking that the only way to win is to scold and shame and out-yell the other side.
MAGA Republicans, that's y'all that do that.
After a while, regular folks just tune out, or they don't bother to vote. Now, that approach may work for the politicians who just want attention and thrive on division, but it won't work for us. To make progress on the things we care about, the things that really affect people's lives, we need to remember that we've all got our blind spots and contradictions and prejudices, and that if we want to win over those who aren't yet ready to support our candidates, we need to listen to their concerns and maybe learn something in the process. After all, if a parent or grandparent occasionally says something that makes us cringe, we don't automatically assume they're bad people. We recognize that the world is moving fast, that they need time and maybe a little encouragement to catch up. Our fellow citizens deserve the same grace we hope they'll extend to us. That's how we can build a true democratic majority, one that can get things done. And by the way, that does not just matter to the people in this country. The rest of the world is watching to see if we can actually pull this off. No nation, no society has ever tried to build a democracy as big and as diverse as ours before. One that includes people that over decades have come from every corner of the globe. One where our allegiances and our community are defined not by race or blood, but by a common creed. And that's why when we uphold our values, the world's a little brighter. When we don't, the world's a little dimmer. And dictators and autocrats feel emboldened. And over time, we become less safe. We shouldn't be the world's policemen, and we can't eradicate every cruelty and injustice in the world. But America can be and must be a force for good. Discouraging conflict, fighting disease, promoting human rights, protecting the planet from climate change, defending freedom, brokering peace. That's what Kamala Harris believes.
We shouldn't be the world's police, but I'm going to go list the ways that we should police the world.
I know these ideas can feel pretty naive right now. We live in a time of such confusion and rancor, with a culture that puts a premium on things that don't last. Money, fame, status, likes. We chase the approval of strangers on our phones. We build all manner of walls and fences around ourselves, and then we wonder why we feel so alone. We don't trust each other as much because we don't take the time to know each other.
Is there no wall around your Hawaii compound, Mr. Obama? And around your Martha's Vineyard estate? It's a big wall around that.
Teach us to caricature each other and troll each other and fear each other. But here's the good news, Chicago. All across America, in big cities and small towns, away from all the noise, the ties that bind us together are still there. We still coach Little League and look out for our elderly neighbors. We still feed the hungry in churches and mosques and synagogues and temples. We share the same pride when our Olympic athletes compete for the gold. Because the vast majority of us do not want to live in a country that's bitter and divided. We want something better. We want to be better. And the joy and the excitement that we're seeing around this campaign tells us we're not alone. You know, I've spent a lot of time thinking about these past few months because, as Michelle mentioned, this summer we lost her mom, Ms. Marion Robinson. And I don't know that anybody has ever loved their mother-in-law any more than I love mine. Mostly it's because she was funny and wise and the least pretentious person I knew. That, and she always defended me with Michelle when I messed up. I'd hide behind her. But I also think one of the reasons Mary and I became so close was she reminded me of my grandmother, the woman who helped raise me as a child. And on the surface, the two of them did not have a lot in common. One was a black woman from right here, south side of Chicago, right down the way.
And your white grandma.
Went to Englewood High School. The other was a little old white lady born in a tiny town called Piru, Kansas. Now, I know there aren't that many people from Piru.
Piru, like the gang members?
And yet they shared a basic outlook on life. They were strong, smart, resourceful women, full of common sense, who, regardless of the barriers they encountered, and women growing up in the 40s and 50s and 60s, they encountered barriers. They still went about their business without fuss or complaint and provided an unshakable foundation of love for their children and their grandchildren. In that sense, they both represented an entire generation of working people who, through war and depression, discrimination and limited opportunity, helped build this country. A lot of them toiled every day at jobs that were often too small for them and didn't pay a lot. They willingly went without just to keep a roof over their families' heads, just to give their children something better. But they knew what was true. They knew what mattered. Things like honesty and integrity, kindness and hard work. They weren't impressed with braggarts or bullies. They didn't think putting other people down lifted you up or made you strong. They didn't spend a lot of time obsessing about what they didn't have. Instead, they appreciated what they did They found pleasure in simple things. A card game with friends, a good meal, and laughter around the kitchen table. Helping others. And most of all, seeing their children do things and go places that they would have never imagined for themselves.
So is he referring to his grandma, the white grandma who he grew up with, and his white grandpa in Hawaii? Is he talking about them like being so humble and whatnot? I don't understand.
Somewhere in between. We have all had people like that in our lives. People like Kamala's parents, who crossed oceans because they believed in the promise of America. People like Tim's parents, who taught him about the importance of service. Good, hard-working people who weren't famous or powerful, but who managed in countless ways to leave this country just a little bit better than they found it. As much as any policy or program, I believe that's what we yearn for. A return to an America where we work together and look out for each other. A restoration of what Lincoln called, on the eve of Civil War, our bonds of affection. An America that taps what he called the better angels of our nature. That is what this election is about. And I believe that's why if we each do our part over the next 77 days, if we knock on doors, if we make phone calls, if we talk to our friends, if we listen to our neighbors, if we work like we've never worked before, if we hold firm to our convictions, we will elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States, and Tim Walz as the next vice president of the United States. We will elect leaders up and down the ballot who will fight for the hopeful, forward-looking America we all believe in, and together we too will build a country that is more secure and more just, more equal, and more free. So let's get to work. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
All right, so there's Mr. Obama. No policy, of course, just, good old smooth Barrio talking, just talking, not about a lot, but things that may pull on somebody's heartstrings if they really invested into it, if they really love Barack Obama, if they think he's Black Jesus, they're really going to be into it. And that's fine for them. But ultimately, for those who want to go out there and vote, for those who want to make a difference, this speech ain't going to get it done. Because what are you going to do differently than you did for the first 4 years of Joe Biden? Let's not act like this lady ain't been the vice president for 4 years. I'm not impressed by the president's performance. So why would I be impressed by the vice president coming in and doing anything? I mean, the election is going to be really interesting. I predict to curb stomping, not literally YouTube censors, but figuratively on the campaign trail in the ballot box. Okay, we got music playing. I'm not sure what's going to happen next. Are they going to wrap it on up, put the bow on top? Are they going to bring somebody else out there? Is it going to be some random guy coming out there just doing some prayer the way they did last time? Okay, hold on.
Of the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese of America.
Oh, here you go. This is the benediction. This is the end.
God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, thou who hast brought us thus far along the way, you are the one who brews over the days of our lives, and without you, we would be nothing. So we lift our hopes and hearts to thee, and we pause tonight to say thank you. Thank you for loving us. Thank you for not giving up on us. Thank you for giving this nation the benefits of your mercy, because all of us can feel that something enthusiastic is rising.
What is he wearing? Is that a collar with, like, what kind of jacket is this? Is that, like, what is that?
Has finally met its match. The candidacy of Kamala Harris has ignited an era of joy across America. Tonight, we thank you that even in the darkest of our pessimistic nights, love has not failed us and hope has stood its ground. We who gather do so with audacity to believe that there will be compassion in America. So God, deliver us from racism. Deliver us from sexism. Deliver us from evil. And keep us forever in the path we pray. Amen.
Yeah, that jacket was crazy. Oh, okay. There's somebody else coming out.
It is now time to pray to the Lord. Let us pray to the Lord. Eternal and ever-living God, source of goodness and grace, we come before you, seeking your heavenly benediction upon this democratic national convention. Grant unto the nominee for President of these United States, Vice President Kamala Harris, and her running mate, Governor Tim Walz, to pursue the highest offices in the land with love, with hope, and with faith in our nation. Grant unto the delegates to engage with their fellow citizens in a spirit of joy and duty, always seeking the best for our country.
Okay, I'm sorry for cutting off my man's prayer, but I think everybody here is already blessed enough. I think we're all blessed enough to not vote for Kamala. Amen. But yeah, so I'm already going to bring out different religious figures every night of the DNC. First they had the Jewish guy, then they had I think it was a black lady out there. So is that going to be the theme of what's going on? And my man with a double-breasted suit jacket looking like it's made of some kind of crazy reflective material. If you go out on the street and jog at night with that suit on, they're going to be able to spot you from a mile away. You have on highly reflective material with the biggest collar I've ever seen in my life. What is going on? Okay, and my man right here, I think we're all blessed enough. All right, I believe so. So yeah, this is Archbishop Elepotoforos, Greek Orthodox Archdiocese of America. All right, and I know I sort of name up at the end, but it is what it is. No disrespect to my man. All right. Yeah, they hate religion, the Democrats do, but they'll play into it whenever they need to. Whenever they need to, that's kind of how that's going to be. All right, what do we got here?
All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, say nay. That was one hell of a night. I'm bringing this thing to a close.
These guys, okay, and amen, amen. Hey, that was one hell of a, oh man, these people, man, so weird. Anyway, that was the end of that. That's the end of that. I'm gonna leave that on in the background. Shout out to you guys. We're about 11:45, so they're out a little bit earlier. Maybe they thought Barry might speak a little bit longer. But yeah, we're out. It's 11:45. I got some super chats to read right quick. Then I wrap it on up, put the bow on top. Thank y'all again for being here. I think what I'll do is tomorrow for the regular show, I may do my regular show and then cut in when I think tomorrow Tim Walz is speaking. There's no real headliners tomorrow except for Tim Walz. So whenever he speaks, I'll cut in. But I'll do my regular show tomorrow, same bad time, same bad place, 8 p.m. Eastern to right around maybe right now or a little bit earlier, 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And of course, on Thursday, I'll be streaming again because Kamala will give her acceptance speech. Then on Saturday, I'll do my regular show as normal, 8 to 11 p.m. Eastern. All right. Yep, that's right. Shout out to Antara Moody. Hopefully I didn't butcher your name, 10:45 Central Time. Shout out to everybody out there, Central Time. What's that? Mountain Time, Pacific Time. Maybe you're in Hawaii. Maybe you're somewhere else. Maybe you're in the Caribbean. Maybe you're overseas, UK, Europe, Asia, South America, Africa, wherever you are. Shout out to you. All right. And yeah, quite a few streams this week. That's right, King Chris. All day. All right. So that's just a little bit.
Day 2 of the Democratic National Convention.
Oh, so now that's C-SPAN talking. So that's like no more. Yeah, the event is over for today. So again, you guys have been great. We got super chats to read. I'll read those and wrap it on up with the bow on top. So let me get over here and hopefully I get everybody. I'm gonna have to go and check it out. Okay, they're gonna hide my super chats. That's fine. We could just go find it over here and we can read those right quick. Let's go ahead and get into it. And where are we at? Where are we at? All right. And of course, I'll do a recap of this day, but it wasn't a whole lot to recap. I'll probably just talk about Obama's speech a little bit. I'll recap it just because people, they interested. I'll do a recap. Yeah. I think I got enough clips to make a recap because it's not going to be too long. I try to condense these things into kind of like bite-sized chunks so you can not spend too much time. All righty. Let's go to where we at. Today's August 20th. I got a lot of super chats from today. Or I think some of these might be from yesterday. Yeah. Okay. Because yesterday came in, like we were up so late last night. Some of my super chats came in on today, but it was earlier today, like, early in the morning, late at night. Okay, so I got to find exactly where we left off from last time. All right. Let me see now. Where are we at? Okay. I think I started right here. Maybe I'm going to read something from last time, but y'all got to bear with me, okay? Super chats. Shout out to Twisted Clown, maybe the first one, who says, Libs reads teleprompter like Robbie from Joe Dirt. Laura Catherine says, this vibe is so fake. Now roll AMD says, they don't have any ideas. They are running as if Trump is the incumbent. This is a short bus convention where everyone wins. I think I read that one last time. Shout out to her. Okay. I think it's Sophia who says, NY loves Trump, especially South Bronx. Just ask Don Lemon. Thank you to El Marie who says, this is like being waterboarded. I read that one. Okay. Where are we at? I'm way kind of into yesterday. All right. I'm going to just read from the top down. I'm going to do that. And then once I see one that I recognize, well, look, timestamps are on for the super chats, but it has the date, not the time specifically. Let me see if I can look at my analytics and see where I left off. If not, I'm going to just read from the top down and do it that way. And that'll work. Yeah, I'm going to read from the top down. All right. Matter of fact, I'm going to show you guys a little bit of inside baseball. I'm going to show you what I see. All right, I'm going to just show you what I see. Okay, this is my back end here. You can't see anything except for this. You're not seeing anything sensitive. So I can see the super chats that came in right here. But what it has on the side is just the date, but it doesn't have the time. All right, so let me just go back and read these. Thank you to Sean K, who says, Democrats are the only ones to mock religion, yet they bring the pastors out at the end. Pure theatrics. You know, everyone in the audience was on their phones. Thank you to Trish for Tracks, who says, wow, oh, Barry doing what Barry do. Pull the wool over their eyes with some smooth operation. He got style, but all I see is you freaking liar. When and why did you stop loving America? God help us. Trump 2024, NYS Trisha. Shout out to you. Very, very well said. Couldn't have said it no better myself. They get a twisted clown who says, Barry is simping like Doug. Bring up wheelchair guy. Twisted clown also says, no surrender, no quarter given. They get to Rokin who says, wow, he's not talking about sharks in the late, great Hannibal Lecter. Also, all y'all in chat who benefit from the ACA can thank this man and Democrats. Oh, is that right? ACA? Benefit from ACA, how? Who benefits from ACA unless you are very poor? Maybe you benefit. They get a twisted clown who says, when it's all said and done with this movie, I want to watch public deletions of these treasonous traitors. Twisted clown also says, hot dogs at Obama's barbecue smell like not very good. They get to Mambo 1278 who says, Bit Mike, the ultimate leader of the Dems. St. Floyd, Lord of Fentanyl, is their messiah. Thank you to Rebel Without a Reason who says, how many American flags have you seen tonight? Not a lot. I didn't even really notice, but not a lot at all. Thank you to Bob K. MIT who says, Bit Mike talks about how hard she had it and that greed is bad, but look at the size of them rocks she's wearing. Oh, yeah. And we got that Martha's Vineyard estate. The boy got deleted out there. They swept it under the rug like ain't nothing happened. Right? Ain't nothing happened. All right. But, thank you, JD. JD says you finished last night with mine talking about the kid walking jaw off the floor, just helping out. I'll remember that. So when I get to that one, I think that'd be the beginning of last night's Super Chats. Well, that'd be the end of last night's Super Chats and the beginning of these. Thank you. I appreciate you. Let me see here. Thank you to Chris Fuller who says, it's a man, baby. Tuck that dingaling. I can say dingaling, right? That's not a cuss word or nothing crazy. Thank you for that. That's a Virginia word right there. Like I know you're from Virginia, Chris. And if you're not, you might get a family member from Virginia or something. Thank you to Kayes who says that's why they murdered the personal chef, right? Hey, allegedly. He died. I don't know what happened. I'm just saying something happened to somebody. Thank you to let me see, Twisted Clown, who says Big Mike is stable. He has something else to stand on that I can't mention. I can't say that one. Thank you to A-Train 132, who says Kamala's stepdaughter looks like Mary Catherine Gallagher, and now we got this transformer Obama up on stage. Thank you to Adizzy O, who says crazy that a woman who never gave birth champions abortion so hard. You think she'd be pro-life? This is madness and thanks for streaming ABL Trump 2024. Thank you for that. Thank you to Twisted Clown who says, rather hear wheelchair guy read his memoir than Doug's simp memories. Hilarious. That's funny. Twisted Clown, hey man, you get 5 stars for that one. Thank you to Big B who says, this simp is the only one that had to work for. Hey, everybody else just, do something else, but I ain't gonna go too far. This is a family show. I'm not on Uncle ABL right now. I got to keep it clean. Thank you to Twisted Clown who says, Doug wears a gimp suit. Wow, y'all are crazy. Thank you to Nikolai 40 who says, stomp me into wine. Laughing emoji. Deserves a super chat. Thank you for that. I appreciate you. I'm glad you guys enjoy those sayings. Twisted Clown says, Jeff takes something else. Also, no one wants to have relations with Duckworth, hence IVF. Mauricio 91 says, Willie still did his thing. Thank you to Obig for your donation. Obipg for your donation. Thank you to Ivan Jr. who says, are we going to hear from her Indian dad and brother? I would hope so. Let's hear from Professor Harris. Let's hear from him. Yeah, we got to hear from the big man. Thank you to Stavros S. who says, Kaka Harris is legit a no-child cat lady. Thank you to Kai's Parchments who says, Obama, that boy, Trayvon, could have been me. Yeah, that was a crazy moment because what he did when that whole Trayvon thing happened, he stoked racism. He really did. And you already got things happening across the country, a lot of sensitive moments across the country. And he did that. It really just kind of sparked things up a lot. Under Obama and before Obama, there was quite a bit of racial tension that he brought up. It was a mess. It really was. His presidency, I remember when he became the president in 2008. I'll never forget it. I've told the story before. I'm going to say it again. 2008, I am 24. I'm 20. I just turned 24. I'm a young guy. I'm in Virginia. I'm in my office. So we had an ad agency. We had like 15 employees. We had a lot of our clients and whatnot coming through. There probably about 50 of us in our office. And the way the office was, we had a front area with a desk that we built. I don't know who built that desk. I think we had the woodworking station in there one time, and then somebody built the desk. We had two girls that'd be up front taking in customers, and I had my suite down the way. Some other guys had their suite. I don't want to say anybody's name right now, but we also had a lot of people we had like 4 or 5 different suites inside of this one office. Everybody doing their thing. It was an agency. People coming over, and we had the TV in the lobby and the couches and chairs and everything. We had the conference room. We had a party. We had places to sit for everybody to welcome this man in. Welcome Barack Obama. People were crying. People were crying in their tears because it was a black president. But then in 2011, when the reality of Barack Obama's presidency set in, a lot of them same people that I was in the party with, people were crying, were like, hey, man, what happened to hope and change? I'm struggling right now. Things are rough for me right now. I remember that very well. I had friends that went bankrupt, literally, Chapter 11, bankruptcy, like 10, 11, and it wasn't even directly real estate. I'm sure that was part of it, but it wasn't like these guys had a bunch of houses they lost. It was other stuff. It was bad. So in that moment, during that time, like 2011, 2012, that's what made me think, well, okay, he's black, but so what? Because look at the country. That's when it kind of clicked for me at that time. Like in my late 20s, mid to late 20s, it kind of clicked for me at that time that the way that I was thinking was wrong. Maybe you need more than skin color to be the president, huh? Maybe you need real policy. Maybe you need things that actually work, not proposing ideas that don't work and not proposing ideas and promises that you don't fulfill. Okay, so that kind of really was my red pill moment, as the cool kids say. So yeah, shout out to everybody from that situation. And a lot of people that I was there with at that time who were very far left or did not like me becoming conservative, people have called me. I get a lot of them calls. Hey man, they call me Logan. Logan, I'm sorry, man. You were right the whole time. I got a lot of those calls. And I'm not trying to put nobody out there. I just want to say shout out to y'all. I never was mad at you for being upset with me. I just knew you didn't know any better and you needed time to come to that realization. So hopefully, if you hear my voice now, you don't do the same mistake we did back in 2008 when we voted for Barack Obama. Hope you don't do that no more, because you see what he said right here on the stage. It ain't nothing different than what he said back then. It's the same kind of, song and dance, make you feel good. That's all that he does. A con artist. But they want to call Trump a con artist. It's called projection. They want to call us what you are or what they are. Hope and change, definitely, Alyssa. Hope and change fooled us all. It sure did. It sure did. But after the first time, like about 2.5 to 3 years in, I was done with Obama. I was done. And we were excited. We had a party we were excited. And it just didn't work. That right there. And I think that might have been the first election I was really tuned into. Okay, I think I voted when I was 20. My first time I could vote in the national election. Because that was right before Obama. Obama, I was 24. And I think before that, this was 2004. It might have been Al Gore, all these people. I forget who was running. It probably was Al Gore. And whoever was running, yeah, I think W versus Al Gore, was that it? I voted in that one. And I think I might have voted for George Bush. I can't even really remember. I remember having some feelings back then in 2004, but I wasn't quite comfortable enough to say I'm a conservative. I think I voted for George Bush back then, which wasn't really that much it wasn't that much better than Al Gore, whoever was running, but it was better than who we got going on right now today, in my opinion. All right. More super chats I'm going to read. Shout out to, where are we at? Thank you to Steve Travago says Ken Chenault's net worth is $200 million. They get to Stavros S, who says, I hear no mention of any policies that'll help Americans. Trump bad, orange man scary is all I hear from these Democrats. Facepalm. Watching the DNC is like being on a horrible date I'm trying to get out of. Yeah, for real. Thank you to Mr. Garrett, 1966, who says, when all these liars say housing, free housing, new housing, it's probably more like concentration camps, 15-minute cities. Very good point. Because they ain't talking about single family homes and land. No. Hey man, get on the train, eat the bugs. 15-minute city. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. No cars. They did a whole special on the whole 15-minute city on TV and show, oh, this is gonna be great. It's all these shops in there. That's what they want to do. Twisted Clown says Pritzker wants to order food for the wheelchair guy. Thank you to Kai's Posthumous, who says they love inflation, abortions, and cry closets. Thank you to TJ Jizzle, who says, how was she the best senator to work with when she had zero legislation that actually worked passed while she was a senator? How the explanation, I can't read that. How the blank is this successful? Right. No legislation that actually worked. Nothing that she actually put forward. Nothing that she really voted on that made a difference. So how was that a success? Thank you to Moramasa S, who says exactly ABL. As soon as Biden became president, he got rid of all Trump's border policies. Correct. The border was fine. It was totally fine before Biden came in. When Biden came in, he passed executive orders to reverse all of what Trump had done, leaving the border wide open. Then they wanted to say, hey, if you don't want to sign this bill to close the border that we broke, that was closed with no bill, then you're anti-safety, you're anti-security. Make that make sense. You took the border hostage and you're making me sign off on the ransom. How about just let them go back to their country of origin? Put the wall up. Keep building the wall. The wall was being constructed on the southern border. What happened? Biden said, hey, sell all that materials down there. The materials were just sitting down there on the border being used, and it was being built. Midway, Biden said, sell all that and stop the construction. And then they went and say, well, the reason why the border is open is because you guys don't want to sign this bill. It's so dumb. I don't see how anybody will just take what they say and be like, yeah, he's right. The Republicans don't want to sign the bill, and that's why the border's open. Anyway, I'm not at my house anymore. You open the door to my house, it gets infested with all kinds of rodents, and then you say, hey, man, you got to pay the bill. The people of the country got to pay the bill to exterminate. You open the door, let everybody in. How is it my responsibility now? Thank you to Kai's Posthumous, who says, if you sound like a Power Rangers putty, you pass. Thank you to Black Lake, who says, like if you know Kamala is a drunk. Thank you to Mitch Connor 91, who says, why are you doing this to us? Just watch it for us so we don't have to. Hey, you know what? I'm going to do both. You could kind of pop in and out of the streams, and then I'll do a recap. So you don't got to, if you want to stay for the whole stream, that's cool. If not, that's cool too. But either way, I'm going to do a recap. Thank you to Bit Rocks, Little Rocks, who says, where's the chance reparations? Thank you to Black Lake, who says, it's ma'am. Because we saw a Transformer earlier when they were doing the state roll call. So I know I'm getting close to the beginning. Thank you to Bit Rocks, Little Rocks, who says, all these Democratic demon men are soy boy fruit. Thank you to Vicky S for your emoji donation. Thank you to Twisted Clown, who says, shout out to the wheelchair guy yesterday. Thank you to Plano87, who says, support from Slovenia. Watched your full DNC first day. The translation moment was really funny, crazy. Thank you for that. I'm glad it's not just me. We got the Slovenians on board as well. Shout out to Slovenia. Thank you to HP Benin, who says, we appreciate the extra work you put it in, ABL. No problem. Thank you. Thank you to JD, who says, instead of the Roomba dance off, they had a baby lead them off. That's too hilarious. Okay. That's my man who just commented earlier saying that his was the last super chat from yesterday. So I got to the end of all the supers. Did I miss any since I've been over there reading? Yeah, I think I got everybody. All right, so that will be a wrap for me. Shout out to you guys. I appreciate y'all. I'll be back again tomorrow, of course, for the regular show. I'm gonna do my regular show tomorrow, and I will cut in when they bring up Tim Walz. Yeah, because beyond that, ain't no heavy hitters. They're not gonna dig up some president from the past. They're gonna just have, I don't know, a Democratic state senator candidate from Oshkosh, Wisconsin. I don't know who they're gonna bring up tomorrow for a speaker, but I doubt it'd be anybody notable. And again, Thursday I'll be back live because we got Kamala giving the acceptance speech. And then Thursday's the last day of the DNC. And I'm back on Saturday with the regular show as normal. So that'll be a wrap for me. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate y'all. And until next time, y'all be safe. I'm out. And peace.